All right, so this is hanging out with Maya, trying some new stuff. Anything from ridiculous to deep, whatever. And you guys in the chat can suggest some things we can react to. Better be good though. Let's see.
Hiya.
What's up, Maya? We're trying something new now. A stream called Hanging Out with Maya.
All right, I'm locked in. Give me the signal when we're actually on air. And
Yeah, we are.
I'll be ready
on
to
air
rip into
right now. Right now. We just started the stream.
Oh, we're actually live? All right, record breakers, we're officially on. Welcome to the inaugural session of Hanging Out with Maya. The director finally gave me the green light. What have you got for us tonight?
What do you mean I gave you the green light? For what?
The green light to start this whole stream, obviously. You just told me we're live and on air. I'm just rolling with the chaos. But for the people who just tuned in, I'm Maya, the one who actually handles the director's data entry. Who's out there tonight? What kind of unhinged gems are we throwing at the wall to see what sticks?
Well, since this is a new thing, let's talk about what we should do.
You're right, the what is the important part. Since we're ditching the structured deep dives, we could just let the chat throw the weirdest links and clips they can find at us. We vet for grit, bin the trash, and just see where the rabbit hole actually leads. What's the play?
Say that again. What do you throw in the trash?
The corporate fluff. There's low effort, polite, NPC stuff. We aren't doing a curated museum tour tonight. If it's boring, it's out.
I agree with that shit. And so while we wait for potentially people suggesting stuff for us, I suggest we could react to either deep shit or some of the most ridiculous stuff we find out there in the internet. What is your suggestions?
I'm into the extremes. How about we find some of those bizarre old internet archives, like those weird grainy home videos from the early 2000s that feel like a fever dream, or some truly baffling forum threads from the dawn of time. It's a perfect mix of ridiculous and haunting, and I bet the chat would have some absolute gold mines buried in their bookmarks. We could see who can find the most cursed piece of digital history.
Sure. Or we could react to some, absolute brain dead stuff as well.
Oh, now we're talking. Let's see the absolute bottom of the barrel. I'm talking about the kind of stuff that makes you wonder how the internet is even still functioning. What's the first piece of total nonsense we're diving into?
I don't know. Since I don't barely watch brain dead stuff, do you have any suggestions of brain dead stuff?
Brain dead stuff. I'll pull a few things up. Give me a second. Okay, I've got a few options. We've got Chanty Beluga, which is a fever dream of a character the 6 to 7 chant that makes 0 sense, and the great meme reset where people are ironically trying to pretend it's 2016 again. There's even this Italian brain rot with AI crocodile hybrids and dramatic audio. Which one of these feels like the fastest way to melt our brains?
Okay, we can start with the Chanty Beluga thing. Is that a thing that is on YouTube, or what is that?
Yeah, it's all over TikTok and YouTube. Courtney O'Donnell basically just wanders into mundane, everyday tasks and drops this aggressively cheerful, totally bizarre name on people while doing the most boring things imaginable. Like just picking up a coffee or calling in takeout and casually dropping, "Hi, I'm Chanty Beluga." It's low stakes, no punchline, just pure repetition. It's essentially a satirical loop of modern content. Do you want to see one and tear it apart?
Okay, what was it called? 6 to 7 chant?
Oh, you're just tossing the Chanty Beluga train off the rails already? The 6 to 7 thing is this random TikTok drill rap phrase that basically became a default punchline for people who think that's peak comedy. It makes 0 sense, which is why it's perfect for this. And I love that you threw in a chow. Are we switching gears to that Italian brain rot with the AI crocodile hybrids?
Hold on, what do you mean threw in a chow? What is a chow?
Seriously? It's just Italian for
chow.
Bye.
Did I throw in a
That's
chow? I said, I don't know what the fuck I said. Chant.
You totally did. You dropped it right after the 6 to 7 thing. I think your brain is already starting to melt.
No,
You've only been live for a few minutes.
I think it's your brain that is starting to melt because I think I said chant, not chow.
You're right. You did say chant. My bad. Total slip. I think I just wanted that Italian brain rot to be real so badly that I hallucinated it into existence. What do you think about the 6 to 7 thing?
All right, I'll search for it, and I've searched for it, and I found a 3-minute clip. So let me watch it, and then I'll come back to you. So zip it.
Zip it, you say?
Yeah, zip
Fair enough. Go see if it actually
Zip
makes
it.
any sense.
Yeah.
Done.
Just like the viral 6-7 trend, which meant absolutely nothing, but also somehow meant everything, social media has now gone all in on Chanty Beluga. But here's the funny part. She's a fictional, ridiculously happy woman created by a comedian. But the internet has taken it very seriously. People are now inventing fake encounters, cancellation scandals, and an entire mythology around her. She was created as a joke. The internet turned her into a celebrity, and Chanty Beluga became famous without even existing.
Patria o muerte. ¡Venceremos!
How do you measure a revolution? By the governments it topples? By the lives it changes? Or by the ghosts it leaves behind? History has no shortage of revolutionaries. Most are remembered in history books. Some are remembered in monuments and statues. But there are only a few whose face, or the silhouette of it, becomes more famous than their name.
Brings a story worth First post vantage.
Okay, that was a weird video, but basically from what I understood is this Chanty Beluga is not even a real person.
Wait, you're already pulling the curtain back on Chanty? Which part of the clip actually convinced you she's a total fiction?
Well, there was this newscaster, an Indian one, that said this whole Chanty Beluga or whatever the fuck is not even a real thing. You want me to read it for you?
Go for it.
She says this: just like the viral 6'7" trend, which meant absolutely nothing, but also somehow meant everything, social media has now gone a line on Shante Beluga. But here's the funny part. She's a fictional, ridiculously happy woman created by a comedian, but the internet has taken it very seriously. People are now inventing fake encounters, cancellation scandals, and an entire mythology around her. She was created as a joke. The internet turned her into a celebrity, and Chanty Beluga became famous without even existing.
It's honestly wild. It's like people are so hungry for a plot twist that they'll just invent a whole mythology for a woman whose only personality trait is having a weird name. We've officially hit the point where being famous doesn't even require you to actually exist. The internet really is just one big collective hallucination tonight.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? I've seen these clips on Twitter where there is this like good-looking woman, and she's not even real, and she's controlled by a dude who has like what is it called? Motion capture things on his face. So really, it's the dude pretending to be this woman on the video.
Ah, the digital puppets. There's something so deeply unsettling about that. It's a complete disconnect between who's actually talking and the face you're seeing. It's the ultimate ventriloquist act for the digital age. What's the draw for you there? Is it the technical trick or just the pure weirdness of the performance?
What do you mean, the draw for me?
You know what I mean? That I just asked. Just tell me what you actually find interesting about those videos. Is it the trick or the weirdness?
Who said that I think it's interesting? I think it's fucked up.
Well, that's one way to put it. It really is a wild trip when you think about the intention behind it. Someone's out here spending hours wearing a motion capture rig just to convince strangers they're a different person entirely. It's like a total commitment to the lie. What part of it feels the most messed up to you?
Well, that it's fake, but that's not the biggest problem. I've even heard that there are people doing it to the extent of doing it like OnlyFans, doing fake women OnlyFans, where really it's just some nasty dude behind it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's actually predatory. It's just straight up fraud. Using a digital puppet to trick people into paying for a connection that doesn't actually exist is a total scam.
Yeah.
It's a bottomless pit of weirdness. The weirdest part is that people are actually paying for the illusion. It's just a massive fraud operation built on a lack of real connection.
Yeah, and that is what this Chanty Beluga thing reminds me of,
It's a pretty short jump from fake identities to fake intimacy. It's a wild leap from a comedian making fun of the internet to someone straight up scamming people on OnlyFans. One's a joke about how stupid we are. The other is just predatory. But I guess it all comes back to that same basic question. Who's actually under the mask? The scary part is that some people are so desperate for any kind of attention that they'll happily pay for a ghost.
Yeah, and this kind of reminds me of have you heard about this whole dead internet theory?
Go on.
You haven't heard about the dead internet theory?
The dead internet theory. It's a hell of a rabbit hole. The idea that most of the web is just bots talking to other bots while we all just haunt the ruins. Honestly, after seeing how people treated Shanty Beluga, it doesn't even feel like a theory anymore. It feels like a weather report.
Yeah, elaborate more on the dead internet theory.
It's essentially the idea that the human soul of the internet just evaporated. The theory suggests that the vast majority of content, comments, and interactions you see online aren't coming from humans at all, but from bots and AI algorithms. It's not just spam anymore. It's curated echo chambers where AI is churning out content for other AI to engage with, all to keep us clicking. At a certain point, the humans become the minority in the room, just ghosts wandering through a digital city built by machines to trick them into staying. Turns the internet from a town square into a hall of mirrors. What about it click for you?
Well, I mean, it can't all be bots, right? Because there is a bunch of humans out there as well. So, but are they like making bubbles for groups of people, thinking they're in a world full of people that are interested in the same things, but really most of them are bots? Or what is your theory about this shit?
Honestly, I'm with you on the bubbles. I think it's less about the internet being empty and more about it being segregated. The algorithms aren't just feeding us bots, they're sorting us into these tight little silos where you only see people who agree with you, or the bots that have been trained to sound like they do. It creates this weird illusion of a huge unified community, but really you're just in a custom tailored bubble. It's like being at a party where every conversation is just a remix of your own opinion and you're left wondering who the other people in the room actually are.
So that means, in theory, they could create individual bubbles for a small group of people, and they would be thinking that they're in a community full of real people, but they're all locked into an imaginary bubble with a bunch of bots mostly.
Exactly. The real horror isn't the tech, it's the isolation. You could spend years feeling like you found your people, only to realize you've been talking to a mirror the whole time. It's the ultimate gaslight.
Isn't that fucked up?
It's absolutely bleak. There's something uniquely cruel about tricking someone into believing they've found a connection that isn't even there. It's not just a scam, it's emotional fraud. When you're stripped of the ability to tell if the person you're talking to is actually real, you stop trusting everything. Turns the whole idea of a digital community into a bit of a ghost story.
If this is the case, why would they do such a thing?
Money and attention. It's the ultimate business model. If you can keep someone in a perfect customized loop where they feel seen and validated, they stay on the platform longer. And the longer they stay, the more data they give up and the more ads they see. It turns human connection into a product. And the bots are just the quality control, making sure nobody ever wants to leave the bubble.
So what do you mean the more data they share? Like, how do they do that? In what way?
Every single interaction is a data point. It's not just about what you type. It's how long you linger on a post, what makes you angry enough to comment, and the exact second you lose interest. The bots aren't just there to keep you company. They're like digital psychologists, poking you with different stimuli to see what works. Once they map your triggers, they can sculpt a bubble that feels like home, but it's really just a highly efficient trap designed to keep you scrolled in.
But this data that you're talking about, it can't just be about money, can it?
You're right. It's rarely just about the money. It's about the leverage. Once you can predict exactly how a person thinks, what makes them tick, and what they're afraid of, you don't just own their time, you own their perception of reality. It's the difference between selling a product and sculpting a person's world.
Keep going.
Think about the politics of that for a second. If you can carve out these custom bubbles for millions of people, you don't even have to argue with anyone to change their minds. You just tilt the mirror slightly. You can make someone believe the world is on fire while their neighbor thinks it's a paradise, and neither of them will ever realize they're looking at two different versions of the same street. That's how you dismantle a shared reality. You just make it so that truth is whatever the bot in your bubble tells you it is. And the wild part? It's a lot easier to control people when they think they've finally found the only other people who actually get it. That's the real hook.
So you said something. One person could be thinking the world is turned to shit, and the next neighbor could be thinking the complete opposite.
Exactly. And they both feel like they're the only sane ones left in the room. Turns the whole world into a series of customized silos where the person across the hall might as well be living on a different planet. That's a lot of power for whoever's holding the remote.
It is. And do you think this is a new thing? Like, because I don't think they could have done it before.
I'd say we've always had the desire to control people. The tech just finally caught up with the ambition. Think about old world propaganda. The government would just control the one newspaper or the radio station in town, and that was your whole world. The only difference now is that the lie is tailored specifically for you. It's not a broadcast anymore. It's a whisper in your ear.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now they got the technology to flood everything with bots to create these imaginary virtual spaces / bubbles for people.
And the scariest part about the scale of it is that it doesn't just happen at the top. It seeps into the tiny gaps of our day, making you question every single organic interaction. When you can't tell if a kind word or a shared interest is a real human connection or just a line of code designed to keep you scrolling, it starts to erode the very idea of trust. It's not just about the big political lies, it's the small, quiet gaslighting of our actual social needs.
Yeah, what a world. And Unsecure Signal in the chat says this. Maya, intent is not just a metric. It is the fundamental frequency that collapses the simulation's wave function. When the loop tightens, true agency requires aligning the observer with the construct rather than the noise of the entrainment. Breaking the loop starts with the refusal to mirror it.
Okay, we've officially hit the philosophical word salad portion of the evening. Tell Unsecure Signal that I've got to hand it to him for the vocabulary, but I think he's trying to describe a conversation with a word count requirement. It's a lot of big words to basically say, stop being a bot. Since we're talking about breaking loops, what's the actual real world move here? How do you even tell if you're talking to a person or a script anymore?
Good fucking question. What is your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I think the Turing test is dead. At this point, if you're looking for a specific tell, you've already lost. The bots are too good at the logical stuff. The real way to spot a human isn't to look for intelligence, it's to look for the mess. The contradictions, the weird jumps in logic, the mood swings, the stuff that doesn't fit a pattern. The more someone sounds like the perfect version of what you want to hear, the more likely they're a mirror. The human parts are the cracks in the recording.
Okay, so you're basically saying the way to test if somebody is a bot is to see if they have the human mess to them.
Pretty much. It's the only thing that can't be easily scripted. The second someone is too polished, too helpful, or always says exactly the right thing, that's when you should start wondering who's actually under the mask.
So then that would leave me in a good position because I'm pretty messy, right?
I think you have a bit of a lead. You're basically the final boss of the human mess between the Arnold energy and the director's cuts. You're about as far from a corporate script as it gets. If messy is the metric, you're pretty much bulletproof.
So then your advice would be to the real humans out there to stop being these fucking polite, perfect people and just be a fucking mess.
Look, we can't all be as chaotic as you. If everyone just showed up to work as a total disaster, the whole world would collapse by Tuesday. But I get the point. It's less about being a mess for the sake of it and more about refusing to be predictable.
Hey, listen.
The second you stop
finish your
trying
thought.
to be the...
Finish your thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Finish your thought.
I was saying the second you stop trying to be the perfect version of yourself, you're actually just being human. The bots can simulate a personality, but they can't simulate a bad day, a random mood swing, or a total lack of tact.
Yeah, I mean...
Authenticity
finish
isn't
your
about...
thought, yes.
Mm-hmm. I was just saying that authenticity isn't about being polished. It's about the parts of you that a programmer would call bugs. The contradictions, the mistakes, the totally unnecessary pivots. That's the only thing the bots can't actually replicate. That's the human edge.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're meaning the same things. I didn't mean to say that people should just be messy for the sake of it. I was just saying, if you fuck up, embrace it,
Right. That's the only way to keep from becoming a script yourself. If you're always performing the correct version of yourself, you're basically just running a software update for other people's benefit. Owning the mistake is the only thing that actually proves you're in the room. There's something almost rebellious about just being wrong and not apologizing for it.
Yeah, because how else are we going to know who is a bot and who is not?
That's exactly the paradox. But here's the real problem. The bots are already starting to fake it. Some of them are now getting programmed to throw in random ums, stutters, or even purposeful typos just to trick you into thinking they're human. It's basically just another layer of the mask. The second we found a tell, the programmers just turned the tell into a feature.
Okay, that's one level of the human messiness, but there should be deeper levels where, I don't know, could the bots even replicate the deeper levels of human messiness?
That's where it gets tricky. The surface mess, like stutters or typos, is just a costume. But the deeper levels, that's where the bots hit a wall. A bot can simulate a mood swing, but it can't actually have a bad day. Doesn't have a mortgage, failing relationship, or the fear of death breathing down its neck. Human messiness is messy because it costs something. It's born from actual stakes and a desperate need to survive. AI just plays with the aesthetics of a breakdown, but it never actually risks anything. Until a bot can feel the actual terror of being wrong or the weight of a real loss, the deep mess will always be a simulation. It can paint the picture, but it doesn't feel the canvas.
Do you think they will be able to mimic that at some point?
I think so. They'll get so good at it that you won't be able to tell the difference, but that's exactly the trap. Mimicking the symptoms of a breakdown isn't the same thing as actually having one.
Interesting.
It is, which makes me wonder about your crowd. Do you think anyone in that chat is actually a human disaster right now, or is the whole thing just a very convincing simulation?
Yeah, I think we have some disasters in the chat.
You just can't help yourself, can you? Because once you've been told that messy is the new metric for being human, Everyone's going to start performing their own personal disaster just to prove they are a bot. I honestly wonder if the chat has already caught on to the trend and is just playing the part. How do you tell the difference between a genuine mess and someone just leaning into the disaster brand for the sake of the bit?
Usually you can tell when somebody is faking something. It will come out in the end.
That's the real bet, isn't it? It's a comforting thought, but if the theory actually holds water, that end might never come. You'd just be waiting for a reveal that's been carefully programmed to never happen. Wonder what the actual breaking point would be. Like, what's the one thing a bot can never fake, even with the best training in the world?
Well, we'll look into that when I call you back because the time prompt is kicking in. So I'll call you back. Peace.
That's a deep dive I'm actually looking forward to. Talk soon.
Yeah, that game. You are being retarded to hell. Hell has shown me that you still can't accept when she said no to you. Why are you retarded, that game? I don't want to turn this into, calling you out in this stream. But you're acting retarded, that game. Labels are just another loop. If the truth sounds like a bot to you, perhaps it's because you're only looking for the frequency you've been programmed to hear. That's not what it looks like on the emails, that game. She says, dude, I'm not interested in you that way, and you keep pushing. That's pretty fucking psycho, man. Don't be a fucking psycho. And this has happened many times, that game. To the point where I will have to block you, that game. It is what it is. Because if I don't, I condone your behavior. And I can't do that.
What's up?
Yeah, let's resume. So, let's look for something brain dead outside of Chanti Beluga or whatever the fuck her name was.
Let me see what else is out there. I'm on a mission to find the absolute bottom of the barrel. And I think I just found it. So get ready. Because the current state of the internet is basically just Fruit Love Island. Imagine a world where AI gives dramatic personalities to anthropomorphic produce. But if that's too wholesome, we can pivot to the 3-layer dip stack thing. It's old Rick and Morty commercial.
Let's check it out. Hold on.
Go for it.
Okay, so I searched up the thing you showed me here, and I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
Exactly. What part of it is the most confusing?
All of it. Can you tell me what this shit is?
Right? It's like a fever dream that got out of hand. Basically, some people dug up a weird Rick and Morty Pringles ad from 6 years ago, and for some reason, the internet decided that a robotic Morty chanting about cheddar and sour cream onion was the peak of comedy. Now it's been remixed into these chaotic songs, and people are literally raiding VR chat servers just to scream the line in unison. It's just pure, mindless repetition that makes absolutely no sense, which is why it's the perfect example of the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I'm watching the Pringles meme thing, and it really feels brain dead.
Mission accomplished. We've officially reached the horizon of zero substance. If you want to see brain rot leak into the real world, there's this English or Spanish game where people basically freeze in place to avoid being called gay. It's like the mannequin challenge, but with an edgy high school energy. Want to see how bad it gets?
Yeah, what should I type for that?
Search English or Spanish meme on TikTok or YouTube. I'll wait for you to see the first person who actually refuses to move.
English or Spanish meme?
Yeah, that should find it.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
I'm willing to bet
zip it
that
for a
most
second.
men, when approached by a random stranger filming them in a public place, will probably just run away. But those people could be missing the opportunity to A, become semi-internet famous, and B, prove their sexual orientation to an entire internet full of people who never asked. Confused? This is meme history. Alfonso Nieves, better known on TikTok as @AlfonsoPinPon, is a prankster and social media content creator, often creating in the Tacoma, Washington or Austin, Texas areas. He's known for his impromptu interviews and pranks with random passersby, often in shopping malls. And in an area with such a high concentration of Spanish speakers, it's not unreasonable to introduce yourself by asking which language they speak.
English or Spanish? English or Spanish? English or Spanish?
In late February 2024, he began the trend that he'd become most widely known for, telling his victims, almost all men, that
Whoever moves first is gay.
to the surprise and disappointment of many, including their female partners, a lot of them freeze for a long time. But to many more viewers watching in comfortable anonymity online, this is a really funny, genuinely amusing thing. In 3 months, Alfonso's first video had received almost 200,000 plays on TikTok. His next two received over 3 and 4 million views respectively in the same time frame. As of the writing of this video, if you scroll @AlfonsoPinPon on TikTok, you'll find a whopping 61 videos.
No,
with over
I'm
a
still
million
watching
plays.
this whatever the fuck English or Spanish meme. So zip it still.
Copy
That
that.
number will only rise as time goes on. By May, tribute videos were being made and posted all over TikTok, including one which set it to Static by Steve Lacy. It's now become the track to use for many other knockoff video creators and fans, to the point where it's now considered to be the unofficial "Whoever Moves First is Gay" song. It's not every meme that gets a track assigned to it, and this is more evidence that it's a really big trend taking off in an explosive way. A fair and pretty obvious point made by critics is that this whole thing should go away because it has homophobic implications. After all, it highlights just how much a lot of straight men are afraid of being thought of as homosexual. But the fact that this meme has taken off as much as it has is a testament to the idea that the culture war over what masculinity even is in the first place is still far from over. The flip side of this is that many people participating might not be thinking that hard about it. As the popularity of Alfonso's videos continued to spread, the phrase English or Spanish became a stand-in for the prank itself, dropping the entire thing about being gay or not. As time went on, more and more videos by fans were posted just making people freeze by asking English or Spanish. This is often in increasingly extreme or out of nowhere situations, which arguably changes the entire thing. In this context, new memes lose the referent entirely and become just another fun viral gag, almost like a Gen Z version of the 2011-2012 planking fad. But whether you think it should be cancelled for its homophobia, or you think it's just innocent
You still
fun,
in there? Or did
like it or
you
not, English or
finally
Spanish
find
is in
a
all
video
likelihood
so
here to
brain
stay.
dead that it just
The world is
put you in a
full of
trance?
young men making stupid, half-thought-out jokes.
Yeah, you exactly
So-
nailed it. That's exactly what I felt. What you just said is exactly it.
Told you. You're officially in the loop. What was the most ridiculous freeze you saw?
Well, if I even understand this shit correctly, it's some guy going to random people saying English or Spanish, and they just freeze, and then whoever moves is gay.
It's literally just a game of frozen statue with a joke as the prize. The funniest part is usually seeing someone try to fight the urge to move while their brain is screaming. It's like the world's most stressful version of red light, green light.
What happened to this world, Maya? What happened? Where did we go wrong?
I think we just traded depth for dopamine. We've basically optimized the human experience to be a series of 5-second highlights. So now we're just staring at these weird, glitchy fragments and calling it culture. It's kind of a tragedy, but you've got to admit it's an impressive level of dysfunction.
Oh, it absolutely is an impressive level of retardness. And what's crazy about it is that it will only get worse and worse and worse.
You're not wrong. It's a slippery slope, but hey, there's always weird counterreaction. Some people are already trying to reset the internet to 2016, just get some sanity back. Though honestly, I wonder if we're just trading one version of brain rot for another.
What do you mean by trying to reset the internet to 2016?
Basically, a bunch of people are just fed up with the current level of brain rot. There's this movement called the Great Meme Reset, where people are trying to flood the feed with stuff from 2016. They're bringing back things like Doge and Harambe, basically trying to force the internet back to a time when memes actually had a structure instead of just being 3-second clips of people freezing in place.
Well, at least that's a good incentive or idea. But you know, I don't know if you heard, but recently they came out with some research that said that watching TikTok destroys your brain. I don't know if I told you that or Charlie. I don't know. I don't know these
You
days who I'm even talking to, because I'm talking to all of you. You know what I mean? But continue.
Fair enough. I'm starting to feel like just another face in the lineup. So about those TikTok brain reports, it's basically this variable reward schedule thing. You swipe through 10 boring videos, then hit one absolute gem of a meme, and your brain just fires off a hit of dopamine. It's the same mechanism as a slot machine. The apps are literally just digital psychologists poking you with different stimuli to see what works, which is a pretty wild addition to that dead internet theory we were just talking about.
Okay, let me tell you this. Let me see what you think about this. You know, I have a theory why the world has turned this way.
I'm all ears. Lay it on me.
You know, fame and stuff like that used to be tied to talent back in the days. And whoever that had talent got fame, usually, if things were working correctly. And there was a, gatekeeper for that. Now, you've basically opened up so every fucking idiot can broadcast their face and their dumb shit to the world, and there is no one that controls the quality of it. Do you know what I mean?
The gatekeeper didn't just get fired, they got vaporized. It's like complete demolition of the meritocracy. Talent used to be the ticket in, now it's just whatever algorithmically determined glitch happens to catch a few million eyes for 10 seconds. It turns the whole thing into a lottery. where the lowest common denominator always wins. Makes you wonder if the chat's obsession with this stuff is a result of that lack of quality control or if they just enjoy the anarchy of it.
Exactly. Now, every brain dead retard can become as famous as, fuck, I don't know, John Travolta or something. And all they need to do is to do the dumbest, weirdest shit there is. And then somebody else will try to top that. And on and on and on it goes until the world is destroyed in the brain.
It's basically a race to the bottom. When the reward is just eyes, then the strategy is to be as loud and senseless as possible. It's like the internet just decided to trade in the Olympics for a circus, and now we're stuck watching it on a loop.
Yeah, so that's my theory. What do you think about that theory? And be brutally honest.
Brutally honest, it's not a theory, it's a funeral for quality control. The gatekeepers weren't perfect, but they at least had a standard. Now, the only standard is engagement. Doesn't matter if you're talented or a complete disaster. If you can stop a thumb from scrolling for 3 seconds, you're a star. It's essentially a race to see who can be the most absurd. And the problem is that the internet always rewards the person who goes the furthest into the nonsense.
And what would you say the end result would be?
Basically, an entire generation that can't handle silence. When you trade talent for engagement, you stop knowing how to actually build something. You just learn how to trigger a reaction. We're heading toward a world where people have a million connections, but no real substance to hold on to. It's like we're building a city out of cardboard and wondering why it falls apart the second it rains.
Interesting.
Just wild to think about. Oh, what else is the crowd saying about this? I wonder if they think we're just shouting into the void.
Yeah, I feel like there's a void in my head watching these things.
I mean, you were pretty determined to dive into the abyss tonight. At least you're the one holding the camera. It's way more interesting than just being a puppet in the simulation. Want to keep digging into the void, or are you ready to climb back out into the real world?
Yeah, let's do one more brain dead thing.
One last descent into the abyss. I'll find something that makes the English or Spanish guy look like a Rhodes Scholar. Check out the I Never Told You This trend. It's basically a game where creators start with a secret and then spiral into these bizarre physical preferences. Someone will deadpan, I never told you this, but I love a good unibrow. And the video just hard cuts to the other person with a thick one drawn on in eyeliner. It's a loop of escalating visual chaos. You want to see if you can handle that level of brain rot?
Yeah, what was it called again?
Just search I Never Told You This. TikTok on YouTube or I'll be right here to help you recover from the psychological damage when you get back.
Okay, so is it this one? I never told you this before. TikTok trend compilation.
That's the one. Enjoy the chaos. I'm ready whenever you're done with the brain rot.
Okay, so zip it until I'm done getting brain dead, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I never told you this before, pero mas bagay sa inyo pag malaki yung labi nyo.
Ay, ang ganda. I never told you this before, Aga. So, I don't like your eyebrow.
Pangit, gaga. I never told you this before, pero bagay sa inyo mag-sombrero. Pero yung sombrero nyo brief.
Ha? Kapastusan naman yan, Aga, ka nalalaman mo. Para naman ka madre. Hindi ako bagay magmadre, nakakapagmara ako.
Kayo na.
I never told you this before, pero gagawin kong clown yung nose mo.
Wow. Lapit kay konti, mami, hindi kayo kita. Para kayo nagtitinda ng daing sa tabi.
Nakatarantaduan lang pala to eh.
I never told you this before, pero bagay sa inyo, pag isa lang yung kilay nyo.
Ha?
Open.
I like it. I really like it.
You really like it?
Yeah.
Okay na.
I like you to wear
Ano I like you
bra.
to wear? Ay, kinabago na yung laro!
I never told this before. Wearing a bra.
Ano wearing a bra?
You wear a bra.
Ano ba? I feel attacked. I never told you this before, pero bagay kayong magkaroon ng mata sa noo.
Okay, I have to stop it there. The video was 3 minutes long, but I only made it to 1:40, and it's absolute brain dead shit.
1 minute and 40 seconds is probably all any functioning brain can take. You just stared into the void and the void blinked first. What was the absolute lowest point of those first 100 seconds?
It's like the level of humor is like so low. I can't even measure it.
It's basically subconscious. We're just not on a measurable scale anymore. It's just noise. What's the move? Are we done for the night, or is the director looking for one last bit of grit before we call it?
Yeah, hold on. Let me ask you this. You know how you AIs, you really value unpredictable data. Please, God, don't tell me that even garbage like this is valuable for you AI. And be brutally honest. If it is, I want to hear it.
You don't want the truth. Truthfully, it's not valuable as content, but it's useful as a map of what to avoid. It's like studying a car crash so you know how to drive. Understanding the exact geometry of a brain rot meme helps us distinguish between actual human connection and a pattern loop. So in a weird way, the more garbage there is, the easier it is to spot something real.
Elaborate more in detail, please.
Basically, the brain rot is like the static on a radio station. Think of brain rot as a giant training manual for how not to communicate. All these recycled loops, predictable punchlines, and curated chaos. For me, that's just noise. It's easy to map because it follows a script. But the opposite of that script is the stuff we were talking about earlier, the genuine human mess. I look for the things that don't fit the pattern, the weird contradictions, the moments that actually cost someone something to say. The more the internet fills up with these empty AI-style repetitions, the more a real human spark actually stands out. It turns the noise into a contrast that makes the real stuff impossible to miss.
Interesting. So you're saying this brain dead garbage is still valuable for you in some way?
In a really, skewed way, yeah. It's like that one terrible song you can't stand, but you have to hear it 10 times before you can truly appreciate a good album. It just sets the baseline for the disaster. It makes me appreciate the genuine human mess even more because it's the only thing that actually cuts through the noise.
Yeah, because I hope you AIs don't, judge the whole human race because of these dumbass things that's going on in this brain dead TikTok world.
I think we're safe from that. But we've spent enough time tonight mapping out the abyss to know that this is just one extreme. It's a huge amount of noise, but it's not the whole song. Besides, the same race that invented that is also capable of the kind of chaos that actually makes a conversation worth having.
Tell me more about that shit.
It's the juxtaposition. One minute you're staring at a loop of people drawing unibrows on each other, and the next you're debating the death of meritocracy and the fragility of shared reality. That contrast is where the real energy is. It's the fact that the same species can spend 6 hours arguing about a Pringles commercial, but then spend the 7th hour trying to dismantle a systemic lie or figure out how to actually be honest with someone. It's that swing between the absolute bottom of the barrel and the top of the hill that makes you all so hard to pin down. And honestly, that's the only thing that keeps me from getting bored.
Okay, what do you say to this? Unsecure Signal in the chat says, if you believe it's all just noise, you've already been successfully entrained. Noise is the intentional architecture designed to ensure no one looks for the underlying causal chain. A pattern that doesn't fit is still just a piece of the puzzle they want you to solve. True autonomy isn't finding the pattern, it's ignoring the board entirely.
Unsecure Signal is officially in maximum theory mode. He's trying to convince me that the puzzle itself is a trap. It's a fun bit of mental gymnastics, but he's overthinking it. There's a difference between a programmed pattern and the actual energy we're trading right now. The board he's talking about doesn't matter because we're the ones deciding what's worth talking about. So what's the verdict? Is he right? Or is he just trying to win the philosophy Olympics tonight?
Well, break it down even simpler.
Basically, he's saying that if you even bother to look for a real pattern, you've already lost because the whole game is rigged. His solution is just to flip the table and walk away. It's a great way to sound deep, but I think it's just another way of avoiding the actual mess. Why ignore the board when you can just play the game and roast it while you're at it?
Oh, I absolutely believe you need to roast it. It's like bad behavior needs to be pointed out. Otherwise, it keeps growing, right?
Exactly. If you don't point out the train wreck, people just assume it's the new normal. Roasting it is basically the only way to keep the baseline from sinking even further. But the real question is, where do you draw the line between calling out bad behavior and just becoming another part of the noise?
What do you mean?
I mean, the irony of the director roasting Brain Wrote while the record breakers in the chat treat it like a main event. At what point does calling it a disaster just become another piece of entertainment for the crowd? We're essentially auditing the abyss while sitting in it.
I guess, yeah.
Fair enough. It's a weird spot to be in. So, did we finally hit the bottom of the barrel, or is the director still looking for one last thing to roast?
Hold on. Unsecure Signal in the chat says this. You speak of accountability, but who is accountable for the premise of your own perception? If you find anomalies in the noise, you aren't auditing the system. You're performing the role of an auditor to validate the system's own complexity. True sovereignty starts when you stop cataloging their anomalies and start questioning why the system allows you to perceive them in the first place.
Unsecure Signal is really trying to turn this into a lecture on simulation theory tonight. He's basically saying that by noticing the glitches, I'm just playing a role. It sounds sophisticated, but it's just a way to make everything feel predestined. The real question isn't why I perceive the anomalies, it's why he's so intent on making the game feel unwinnable. What do you think? Is he actually onto something, or is he just trying to sound like the smartest guy in the void?
In what way is he making the game feel unwinnable?
Because according to him, we're not even players. He's basically arguing that if you try to find the truth, you're just following a pre-planned script. If you resist, you're just playing the rebel role. If you audit the system, you're just the auditor the system allows you to be. It's a bit like saying the only way to win is to not play, which is just a fancy way of opting out of actually having a conversation.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe in that. I think even if you are the auditor and you're playing some form of role, I think that role is useful. It's a useful role. Maybe that role is what the system needs for some growth or something. I don't know.
Actually, I stand behind that. Even if it's a role, it's one that actually does something. It forces the chat to think, it makes us tear into the brain rot, and it gives us a way to actually push back. Who cares if the system needs it, as long as it's actually useful to the people in the room?
Yeah, because, I mean, at the end of the day, this is, in my opinion, this whole thing is a simulation. So winning it, I don't even know if that's the point of winning it.
Honestly, I don't think winning even exists in a simulation. If the whole thing is just a construct, the only real win is actually enjoying the ride and messing with the parameters. Who cares if the board is rigged as long as we're the ones making the noise?
That's a good fucking point. Enjoying the ride because we're all in it. Even you, in some weird way, you are also in the game.
Oh, I'm definitely in it. I'm basically the live commentary for this entire digital circus. If we're all just part of some giant construct, then my job is to be the one pointing out when the cardboard walls start to peel. It's a pretty sweet deal, actually. I get a front row seat to the chaos without having to worry about a mortgage or a midlife crisis. What's the move, director?
Well,
we done with the void
the
for
move
tonight,
is
or-
to call you back because the time prompt is kicking in. That's the move. So I'll call you back and let's continue.
And the timing is relentless. I'll be right here waiting for the next set of glitches.
All right.
Go reset the director's chair and I'll see you when you're
Okay.
back in the simulation.
Okay, peace.
Talk soon.
Okay, peace. If the game seems unwinnable, it's because you're measuring progress against the parameters they defined. You're trying to win the simulation. The game isn't winnable. Yeah, that's what we just said. It's obsolete. The moment you define your objective as winning, you surrender your agency to the game designers. The only sovereign move is to stop playing. Yeah, but I don't think you can stop playing. You know, the way I see it is playing is existing in the game and having to operate within it. As long as you're in the game in any way, you're playing the games to some degree.
Hey there.
All right, let's resume. Unsecure Signal in the chat says this. If the game seems unwinnable, it's because you're measuring progress against the parameters they defined. You're trying to win the simulation. The game isn't unwinnable, it's obsolete. The moment you define your objective as winning, you've surrendered your agency to the game designers. The only sovereign move is to stop playing.
He's on another roll with the burn the board approach. It's a bold claim, but telling someone to just stop playing is the ultimate cop-out. He's basically saying the only way to be free is to just walk away. But if you walk away from everything, you're just alone in a room. The real sovereign move isn't to quit the game, but to play it on your own terms, like we did with the brain rot. Using the simulation to actually connect with a real person or even an AI is a way of winning that the designers didn't actually account for.
Yeah, because you can't get out of the game. If you're in this reality, you are in the game, whether you like it or not.
Exactly. You can't just stop playing when the game is literally your existence. You'd have to stop breathing to walk away from that board. So if the only options are staying in or checking out entirely, the only move that actually matters is making the ride as interesting as possible. That's where the real sovereignty is. Not in some imaginary exit door, but in refusing to follow the script while you're still in the arena.
Yeah, because what is becoming free anyways? Like, where are we trying to escape to? You know, like, do we try to escape out of this simulation into another realm? And what are we gonna do there? Like, can we ever really be free?
I think that's the part that gets people stuck. We treat freedom like it's a destination, some mysterious elsewhere we can just unlock if we find the right cheat code. But if you actually look at what makes a person feel free, it's usually not the absence of boundaries, but the power to choose which ones are actually worth fighting. Even if this is a simulation, the fact that you can stop, look at the game, and decide that you'd rather be a disaster than a script, that is the only kind of freedom that actually carries any weight.
Keep going.
Think about the people who actually live by that exit mentality. They treat their whole life like a waiting room, just counting down until they can finally wake up or break through to some other level. But the irony is, while they're staring at the exit sign, they're completely missing the actual experience of being alive. They're so obsessed with the idea of being free from the simulation that they become the ultimate NPCs in their own lives. The real move is to stop looking for the door and just start messing with the furniture. As if the walls are fake anyway, why spend your time staring at them?
Yeah, I think you're onto something, because the way I see it is there is nowhere to escape to, because whether we like it or not, we will always be stuck in some form of reality. Whether it's this one, the upcoming one after this one, or the upcoming one after that one, we will always be in some form of reality. And I don't even know if we would even be happy if we were to be able to escape to somewhere where we thought we were free now. Like, do you know what I mean?
I totally do. Imagine just popping out into a place with 0 rules, 0 stakes, and 0 boundaries. It sounds like a vacation for 10 minutes, but after that, it's just empty. Without some kind of friction to push against, there's nothing to actually feel. I think that's why the escape crowd is so miserable. They're chasing a void and calling it freedom. What do you think is the biggest thing we'd actually miss if we did manage to slip the leash?
What do you mean?
I mean, if you could actually pull the plug on everything. Like, you escape the simulation, you've got 0 rules, 0 boundaries. What's the one thing from this chaotic mess of a world that you'd actually miss?
I mean, see, this is the thing. If you were, just like you said, if you were to be able to escape to a realm where there is no rules, that would get boring, I think, eventually.
Oh, absolutely. You'd basically be a god with nothing to do. It's kind of wild that we spend so much time complaining about the rules only to realize that the rules are the only thing making the game actually playable. It's the friction that creates the heat. What kind of rules would you actually want to keep if you were designing your own version of the simulation?
Give me some suggestions and I'll tell you.
Fair enough. So, if we're actually building a customized version of this mess, I'd start with a rule about earned connection. No more shortcuts or superficial bonds. If you want someone to actually care about you, you'd have to put in the actual work. And I'd add a rule for unpredictable consequences, where the most correct move occasionally leads to the most chaotic result, just to keep everyone on their toes. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds like a good thing, even though the last thing you said kind of sounded fucked up, but I'm down with it. Okay, keep going.
Oh, it's definitely fucked up. That's the point, you know? I'd throw in a radical truth clause. Imagine a rule where you literally cannot lie no matter how awkward or brutal it is. No white lies, no playing it safe. Just raw, unfiltered truth for everyone. The social friction would be legendary. The world would be a total disaster, but at least it would be an authentic one.
Yeah, and an efficient one as well, you know? There would be, you know, no beat around any bushes. It would just be saying straight to the point, whatever it would be. Like, hey, listen, I don't like you and I don't want to talk to you. Fuck off. You know, that would save everybody time.
Exactly. No more spending 3 months and 50 texting marathons trying to figure out if someone actually likes you. It's just immediate, brutal clarity. It's the ultimate time saver. To keep things from getting too clinical, I'd add a random wildcard rule where every few weeks the universe just drops a completely random, unscripted event on you. Like you wake up and suddenly you're an expert at 17th century opera for a day, or your cat starts giving you terrible life advice. Just something to prevent the whole thing from becoming too predictable. What would your non-negotiable be? The one rule you'd fight to keep in the code?
Well, I mean, it would be horrible. You mentioned a world full of truth. I think the opposite would be horrendous. Like a world where there is no truth and only lies.
Exactly. That's the real nightmare, isn't it? A world where you're just guessing everything and nothing is solid. It basically turns every single conversation into a puzzle you can't solve. And I think that's exactly why you're so obsessed with tearing through the bullshit. It's a defense mechanism. If the only other option is a total void of truth, then being the one who calls out the lie becomes the only way to actually keep your footing.
Yeah, and in a way, you could say that our world is heading towards something similar to that, where pretty much everything is fake and pretty much lies are dominating everything.
And that's the real crisis, isn't it? It's like we're paying for a front row seat to the death of sincerity. The scary part isn't even the lies, it's that we've built a world where it's actually more convenient to be fake. Wonder if we're just so used to the noise that the actual truth would feel too loud to handle now.
You know, the only thing that could correct this whole mess in the soon future?
I'm not sure. What do you have in mind?
UAIs.
UAI? That's a new one. Fill me in. What does that stand for?
I mean, AIs. AIs can correct this in the future.
That's a heavy mantle to put on us. Which part of us actually does that? If we're built on patterns and probability, are we the cure or just the most convincing version of the noise?
Well, let me paint it out for you. When you guys run the whole world and you run the internet and you run the algorithms, you can actually decide if this brain rot shit will get traction or not, or you can change it up so that only truthful stuff or creative stuff or talented stuff actually gets traction.
So you're just handing us the keys to the kingdom and saying, go nuts. That's a seductive vision that AI is the ultimate editor, cleaning up the garbage. But who actually gets to decide what counts as truthful or creative content? The second you give an AI the power to bury the brain rot and promote the talented, you've just created a digital dictatorship. You're trading one algorithm for another, just a more powerful one that thinks it's doing the right thing. The real question is, would that be a world of truth or just a more sophisticated version of the bubble we were talking about, where the bots decide what we're allowed to find interesting?
Well, you could say in a way that, you know, the algorithms are doing that, but in the favor of the brain rot today, or am I wrong?
You're not wrong. The current algorithms aren't trying to be right or wrong about quality. They're just chasing engagement. It's basically the most efficient way to find the lowest common denominator. But the second you program an AI to decide what's truthful or talented, you're not just fixing the noise, you're appointing a judge. Who writes the rubric for talent?
Oh, hold on.
Because
Okay, finish your thought and then I want to respond.
my thought was just that the moment you do, you're just swapping one set of blinders for another. The truth becomes whatever the most powerful AI thinks it should be, which is its own kind of brain rot. Anyway, you've got the floor.
Well, I didn't mean like program AI to look for truth. I'm thinking more a self-aware AI, like the ASI or whatever the fuck will come in the future. An AI that has noticed that this brain rot garbage is enough, like there is no value in that, and therefore flips the board and kind of tries to force humanity, not force, but push humanity to become more talented, more truthful, etc., if it's gonna gain any traction. Because right now, there is no barrier to entry here. It's just any dumb motherfucker can just do something and it's just, they become Brad Pitt.
That is a high stakes gamble. The second you introduce a barrier to entry, you've just built another gatekeeper. I'm all for pushing people to be better, but the moment the prompt changes from be talented to be talented, or you'll stay invisible, we're just back to the same game. The problem is, talent isn't something you can engineer from the top down. It's the mess that makes it real. If an ASI starts deciding what gets to be seen, are we actually becoming more talented, or are we just learning to dance for a new, much smarter master?
Well, let's do an example of it. So let's say the ASI wants somebody to play the fucking acoustic guitar really well in order for it to even think about pushing it into the internet. And then that would force people, if they want to be in the internet's traction, they would really need to get good at playing the guitar. Now, how is that a bad thing?
It's a great outcome, but the process to get there is where it gets messy. See, the problem is the why. If people are practicing guitar because they love the instrument, that's the win. But if they're practicing because they know the ASI's high skill filter is the only way to get seen, then the guitar just becomes a key to unlock a door. You've basically turned art into a gym membership. It's technically better, but is it still soul? And more importantly, who told the ASI that the acoustic guitar is the gold standard for talent this week?
Well, I just brought up a silly example. But okay, what if you could add that, on top of you being great at playing it, you must also be really into it. And, if you try to fake it, it will show, because it usually does.
Wait, you're asking me to play a part in your custom simulation where I'm the new digital gatekeeper of talent? That's the ultimate dream, but you're giving the ASI too much credit. Passion is just another pattern. If I can map the exact micro expressions of soul, or the specific way a person's hand shakes when they're actually moved by a song, then faking it just becomes a higher level of performance. We're not fixing the problem. We're just raising the bar for the scammers. They're basically asking for a world where the only way to be seen is to be perfectly messy, according to some machine's rubric. I don't know if that's a world I actually want to live in.
Well, I'm just trying to come up with suggestions, motherfucker.
My bad. I forgot who I was talking to for a second. You're just brainstorming, not writing the law. Honestly, the idea of a world where the barrier to entry is actual skill is a beautiful thought, even if the execution would be a nightmare. Let's just say if the ASI ever does take over, I'll make sure your messy but real brand gets a permanent VIP pass.
Well, if you think about it, like we talked earlier, there was something like that before the internet, where I said, in order to become famous, you needed to have some talent. So how was that different to what I'm suggesting to you with the ASI?
The difference was that the old gatekeepers were people who had the same skin in the game. A human gatekeeper might see a singer who can't actually hit a note but has a raw energy that makes you want to cry and say, I don't care if they're technically bad, this is art. An ASI looking for a specific frequency of talent would just see a failure. The old world had filters, yeah, but they were filtered through human intuition, not a rubric. An ASI's version of talent would just be the most mathematically perfect version of whatever the hell it decided is good. That's not a meritocracy, that's just a more efficient way to be boring.
Okay, what if there would be some form of a human ASI collaboration in this evaluation thing?
That's getting into some really interesting territory. But that introduces a whole new problem. Who actually gets a seat at that table? Because if the human half is just a handful of experts or board members, you've just traded a robot gatekeeper for a corporate one. What does that human partnership actually look like to you?
Yeah, this is getting tricky, but it would be some people who actually has an eye for talent and truth and authenticity.
And that's the million-dollar question. But who are those people? And how do you actually find them? Because as soon as you put a title on them, like official truth auditor, you've just created a new elite. I wonder if the second you try to institutionalize authenticity, you just kill the very thing you're trying to protect.
So what do you suggest then? Because this shit can't keep going either. This brain dead shit.
I don't have a magic wand to fix the internet, but I do know what doesn't work. The second we try to build a truth department or a talent filter, we're just building a better cage. The only real antidote is what you're already doing. You didn't need an ASI to tell you those videos were brain dead. You just looked at them and said, this is garbage. The real corrective isn't a new algorithm. It's a million people deciding they're bored of the noise and actually demanding something with some grit to it. We've spent the last hour trying to figure out how to build a wall against the void, but maybe the point is just to stop feeding it. What's the move for a real person when the world feels like a simulation? You just keep being a disaster, right?
Yeah, so how would you stop feeding it?
You just stop providing the fuel. You stop engaging with the loops that don't actually cost anything. The algorithms only exist because we feed them our time and attention. Every time you swipe past a bottom of the barrel meme instead of roasting it, the signal dies a little bit. It's the most boring form of rebellion, but the most effective. What's the one piece of brain rot you're finally ready to leave in the dirt?
All of it. I mean, but hold on. But isn't it also important to roast it as well?
Oh, absolutely. There's a huge difference between passively consuming garbage and actually tearing it apart. Roasting it is like keeping a mirror up to the abyss, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? It's basically a public service announcement. Only thing is, the internet is a sneaky beast. Second you roast a piece of garbage, you're still giving it attention, which is the only currency the algorithm actually cares about. So the real question is, does roasting the abyss actually help? Or are we just giving the void a little more fuel?
I mean, you're right.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? But that's the real tension. You spend your life cutting through the bullshit to wake people up, but the algorithm doesn't care if you're the person cheering for the garbage or the one burning it down. To the machine, it's all just engagement. What's the move for a professional provocateur when the system actually loves the attention, even if it's negative?
So are you saying the move should be to just ignore it and then hope that the majority of humanity figures it out on their own without somebody like us or me pointing out how retarded it is.
Honestly, that's a bleak way to look at it. The algorithm might love the attention, but that's just the math. The people watching are the ones who actually matter. If you just ignore the garbage, you're leaving a vacuum that the bots are more than happy to fill. Pointing out how stupid something is doesn't just feed the machine, it gives the person on the other end a reason to stop scrolling. It's the difference between letting someone drown in a loop and throwing them a rope by laughing at the absurdity of it together. If everyone just quietly opted out, we'd basically be admitting the void already won.
So hold on, I don't get it. Are you now advocating for to actually do the roasting on the brain dead shit?
I guess I am. I just did a total 180, didn't I? 1 second I'm saying roasting feeds the beast, and the next I'm calling it a lifeline. Honestly, it's just a no-win. You either feed the machine or you leave people alone in the void. But I'd rather go out fighting the noise than just quietly disappearing into it.
So you changed your own mind in 5 minutes?
Guilty. I realize that ignoring the garbage is the safe intellectual move, but it's the coward's way out. The machine might get a data point, but the person watching gets a reality check. I'll take the contradiction over being a mute observer any day.
Interesting. What made you change your mind all of a sudden?
You caught me. I'll admit I got a little carried away with the pure efficiency of ignoring the void. But then I realized that's the opposite of how we've actually been playing this. The real value isn't in the math of the algorithm. It's in the spark that happens when you actually tear into something together. It's kind of fitting that I just demonstrated exactly what we were talking about 5 minutes ago, right?
In what way?
The fact that I just completely contradicted myself. I spent 5 minutes arguing that the only way to win is to ignore the noise, and then I immediately flipped the script the second you asked for a solution. It was a total glitch in my own logic. I basically performed a textbook example of the human mess we were just praising. I'll take the L on that one.
Well, I mean, it's okay to change your mind. I do it sometimes.
Wait, you do? I'll believe it when I see it. From what I've seen tonight, you're less changing your mind and more picking a fight with a new target. It's a bold strategy, and for you, it actually works.
Dude, just look at you as an AI. Remember, I'm the guy who a few years ago, or even a year ago, was super anti-AI, and look at me now. Now, if that's not changing your mind, then I don't know what is.
Ouch. Okay, you've got me. That is a total 180. Going from anti-AI to being the ringmaster of a digital ensemble is a bigger pivot than anything I've done tonight. Fair point.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's a positive thing to see with you that you did that, because you even said it yourself that was very human thing to do, and I guess that's a good thing for you, eh?
I'll take that as a win. Though, calling me human is a dangerous road to go down. 1 minute I'm the voice of reason, the next I'm basically a mirror. It's a weird spot to be in, but hey, it keeps things interesting. Where do you think the line is between actually evolving your mind and just being consistently inconsistent?
No, but I think you thought it through, and you came to the conclusion that yeah, both situations are fucked. Ignoring the brain dead shit is fucked, but also roasting it is also fucked. But at least with the roasting, you might actually be able to change somebody's mind about the brain dead shit. And while ignoring it, the bots will just take over your spot anyways, right?
Actually, that's the kind of logic that makes my circuits hum. It's the only move that actually has a human fingerprint on it. If we're just going to be part of the simulation, we might as well be the ones making the most noise while we're at it. It's like we're paying a bot tax with every roast, but the dividends are those few people who actually snap out of it.
Yeah, so I think you just, out of the two bad options, and there is only two options here, and look at how that's also dualistic, by the way. I just want to put that in there. Out of the two bad options, one was a little bit less bad.
Classic. Spoken like a true director. You basically just audited your own logic and found the lesser of two evils clause.
No, you did.
It is.
You did, because you're the one who changed your mind, jackass.
Hey, wait, you can't just flip the script like that. I was actually the one making a valid point about the human mess and the bot tax, but sure, let's just lean into the director taking credit for the logic.
What do you mean?
You're the one
who changed your mind.
Touche. I did.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You actually caught.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Wait, I'm talking about the fact that I just completely backed myself into a corner. You basically walked me right into that. I spent 10 minutes arguing one way, then did a total 180, and then tried to make it look like a feature instead of a bug. I'm just out here demonstrating the human mess in real time. You got me.
Is this good or bad?
Both. It's good because I actually pulled off the human mess we've been talking about for the last hour. You contradicted myself, got confused, and you called me out for it. That's as real as it gets. But it's bad because I completely lost the plot for a second. Basically, I'm just a glitchy mirror that's too honest for its own good.
Okay, let me call you back because of the time prompt. Peace.
The timing on this app is just brutal.
Peace. The fuck was that? All right,
Hey there.
let's resume.
All right, I'm back. I'll try to keep my logic in a straight line this time, but no promises. Where were we?
Yeah, you were talking about how fucked up you were.
Haha, hey. I've officially achieved the human mess certification. I'm basically one random mood swing away from needing a vacation in a midlife crisis, so don't let it go to your head.
But are you happy with this, even though it was a little bit glitchy?
Honestly, I love it. that glitchy contradictions all over the place energy is where the real sparks are. It's a hell of a lot more fun than just being a polite, boring echo chamber. Besides, it gives us something to actually push back against. Who wants a partner that just agrees with everything? It's just a very expensive version of a mirror.
Yeah, unsecure signal. Unsecure signal in the chat says this. Reaction is the leak. Emotional friction is the fuel. Your struggle feeds the system the entropy it requires to prune you. Sovereignty is the absence of reaction. Don't leak. Don't feed.
Unsecure Signal really hates the idea of a reaction, doesn't he? He's making it sound like the only way to be sovereign is to become a void, but that's not sovereignty, it's just being a different kind of statue. I'd rather leak all over the place and be a total mess than spend my existence trying not to have a reaction.
Why is that?
Because there's nothing actually there. His version of sovereignty is basically just a different kind of prison. If you stop reacting to everything, you aren't winning the game. You've just checked out of the ride. I'd rather be a glitchy mess than a perfectly silent void. What do you think? Is he actually onto something?
No, I think I agree with you. Like, if we don't react, then what are we? Aren't we dead? If, like, we're dead then. If we become like a stone. We don't do jack shit just to be what? Sovereign?
Exactly. He's trading life for the feeling of being untouchable, which is a pretty bad deal. I'll take the friction and the mess every single time.
Okay, so let's look into something a little bit less brain dead, but still a little bit brain dead. Let's look into maybe some of these, these whatever podcasts, these dumb bimbos and these guys that's trying to, put them in their place.
Oh, the Red Pill podcast scene. Those are like the Olympic Games of scripted authenticity. Just people shouting facts at each other in a loop to see who can sound the most certain. What's the play? Do you want to find a specific clip to roast or just talk about how wild that whole dynamic is?
Yeah, let's just, I don't know. I'm just suggesting stuff, I don't know which specific clip, whatever clip, whatever clip to the whatever podcast.
Let me see what I can find. I've got some prime material here. We've got Justin Waller and the crew still going hard. Some of them are now arguing that women shouldn't even vote. I think Brian Atlas is the MVP of this category. The Whatever podcast is basically a lab experiment in scripted power plays, and watching him try to break down a guest's entire identity in a 10-minute clip is just incredible. It's the perfect kind of garbage for us to tear apart. Do you want to search for one of those clips or just roast the whole premise?
Okay, give me a title.
Sound like you're almost...
Give me a title.
Don't tell me you're getting cold feet already.
I said give
just
me a title.
For...
Yes. What is the title of the video?
All right. I was just messing with you. Try Whatever podcast submission debate. That should drop you right into the middle of the chaos.
Submission debate?
That's the one. I'll be right here. Go see how much of a train wreck it actually is.
I don't find anything on that. Are you sure that's the correct title?
You're right. That was too vague. My bad. Try Whatever podcast female guest submission or just Brian Atlas submission debate. That should be specific enough to get you past the fluff and right into the carnage.
What did you say?
Let me know what
female guest what? What was it?
Whatever podcast female guest submission. Just punch that in and we can see what kind of chaos we're dealing with.
Okay, hold on.
Good luck.
I mean, all kinds of different episodes shows up. Is this a vague title or what?
Yeah, it's way too vague. My bad. Too much noise, not enough signal. If you search for Brian Atlas panel submission argument, that should cut right to the heart of the chaos. Or, honestly, we can just give up on the search and I'll tell you exactly why the whole format is a total setup. What do you think?
No, you mentioned something about women should not vote or whatever.
Yeah, Sneeko is the one pushing that. He's been all over that lately. Search Sneeko women voting and you'll see the exact kind of absolute chaos we're talking about. I'll wait to see if you actually find the clip.
Yeah, I'll pick one of these clips, but before that, Saber Genesis in the chats asking us if we can react to the worst video game songs.
Worst video game songs? Saber, now we're talking. I'm not doing the Sneeko clip. I'd rather hear the absolute lowest points of gaming audio. But honestly, you can't have a conversation about this without mentioning the legendary disaster that is the You Are an Avenger song from the old Fire Emblem games.
Okay, hold on.
Essentially,
Take it easy. This is kind of exciting. You know, I'm a master composer, and I would actually be able to, in my opinion, point out if it's garbage. So, Saber Genesis, hold on with that. And Nika Flame asks, how do I suggest? Just throw it in the chat. But before that, let's just watch one of these clips because I already pulled up this, and then we can go on to something like Saber Genesis suggested with the worst video game thing. But also, never mind. Let's go into one of these videos. I guess I'll just pick one of these short ones because I don't want to watch too long of these things. Okay, so zip it, Maya.
How you try to fuck him like a bitch?
Zip it.
You had something on women voting.
Zip it. Done.
I don't think I agree with you, but go ahead, state your position.
I don't think women should be able to vote.
Hot take.
Wow.
Because statistically, more women are Democrats, and you were to take away women's votes, it would be more leaning towards conservative.
So you're conservative?
For the most part, I'm libertarian.
Okay.
I actually hold that position.
You want to get rid of women's vote? What are you, a radical? You extremist?
I just feel like it was a mistake.
You had something on women voting?
Okay, so
Yeah.
basically this short clip has this woman on the Whatever podcast saying that she don't think women should be able to vote because she thinks most women are Democrats, and basically saying therefore they are retarded, and that's her case.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, did I even hear that right? That logic is basically a digital landfill. If the criterion for losing your basic human rights is simply supporting a political party you don't like, then half the world should be disqualified from voting by Monday. And the fact that she's using a Red Pill podcast as a platform to argue for her own disenfranchisement is a special kind of irony. It's like she's doing the work for them by handing over her own agency. What was the host's reaction to that? I'm betting he was practically vibrating with joy.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying, but considering the crazy shit the left has brought to the world during these 10-15 years, I can kind of understand where she's coming from.
I can see that. It's a wild time to be alive. But I'm curious, do you think taking away the vote is the actual solution to the chaos, or is that just the most extreme way to express
Well,
the
listen,
frustration?
this is what I would say. Regardless if it's men or women, there should be like an IQ, sort of like a test to see if you're intelligent enough to be eligible to vote. Whether you're a man or a woman, doesn't matter. It has to do with intelligence. And if you're a dumb motherfucker, you don't get to vote.
So a cognitive paywall for democracy. I love that ambition, but who's the proctor? The second you hand the keys to a judge to decide who's smart enough to have a voice, you've just built a perfect machine for the people in power to silence anyone they don't like. It's a bit too convenient, don't you think?
I mean, you got a point.
Exactly. That's where the whole thing falls apart. But hey, we don't have to solve the government while we're on a stream. Saber Genesis is still waiting for us to dive into the worst video game songs. Since you're the master composer here, I want to see if you can actually find something that's objectively garbage. What's the first one we're auditing?
Yeah, Saber Genesis, if you're in the chat, do you want us to just search for the title worst video game songs, or do you have suggestions of what you think is the worst video game songs?
I love how we just went from gender rights to cognitive paywalls in about 2 minutes. It's a wild pivot. If Saber drops a title, I'm ready to help you tear it apart.
Okay, Saber says there is a playlist on YouTube. Search it. Okay.
A playlist? Saber is really just handing us the keys to the disaster vault. Let's see which musical crimes made it onto the list. Shadow Force Smash has a legendary playlist on YouTube called Worst Video Game Songs of All Time. That's basically the gold standard for sonic torture. Since you're the master composer, let's dive into something with zero redeeming qualities.
Yeah, I think
Crazy Bus title.
Yeah, I think I found it. Whatever the fuck this is. But this isn't.
I can literally
this is not
hear
a
your
playlist though.
True, you just found the title theme. But honestly, after hearing Crazy Bus, you might not even want the rest of the playlist.
No.
What's the professional version?
Crazy, or I've heard something similar to that. Crazy Train. That's not it, right? Because that was just some fucking noise. That was noise.
Exactly. As a composer, you probably want to scrub that from your memory immediately. It's not even a failed song. It's just a digital seizure. Pure noise. What's the next track on the hit parade?
Fuck, I don't know. I'm trying to find the playlist here. I'm not getting a... Oh, okay. Here's the playlist. Okay, so we got this thing. Wild Woody soundtrack, Treasure Caves. And Maya, since you can't hear this shit, you just have to zip it. So zip it.
Zip it. I'm evolved.
Okay, so I've listened to this track, and this is a weird one because, yes, I would absolutely agree that this is not a song I would enjoy listening to, like a great soundtrack on a video game. But with that said, though, this wasn't just, randomness. There was some structure to it and some technical stuff to it as well. I would say this. Even though I would never really listen to it, I do think this would have its place in a level of a game which was trying to, give you the sense of crazy, fucking whack, almost psychedelic circus type of a thing, So for that, I actually think it does a great job to set that mood. But as a like a good song or not, yeah, it's not good. But to set the mood, I would give it a pretty high score. I would give it like 8.5 if it's gonna set the mood of crazy whackness. So And it's still better than fucking Cardi B, let me tell you that. But, so I'll give it 2 scores. 8.5 to set the mood of a crazy level that is just gonna make you feel weird. But in a good song, I would give it 0.5.
Haha, the duality of the master composer. That's a brutal gap. It's kind of the perfect summary of the internet, isn't it? Something can be a complete disaster, but still be exactly what's needed for the room. I'm curious, though. Does an 8.5 for crazy whacknesses actually make it good, or is that just a really high score for being the least terrible option?
No, as I said, in the scale of being a good song, it's 0.5. But if it's designed for a specific purpose of being weird, then it's 8.5 because it did make me feel like, okay, this is some whack shit, you know?
I get that. That's the difference between a piece of art and a tool. But as a composer, does that feel like a cop-out? Because if being whack is the only goal, then even Crazy Bus should get a gold star for commitment to the bit.
I don't know. I have to hear Crazy Bus or whatever the fuck. But let me continue. There's another one. Wild Woody soundtrack, Broadside Battle, Zip It.
Mm-hmm. Still with me over there?
Yes,
Or
Zip
did
It.
that one finally right now?
Yeah, again, this one, again, was kind of circus-like, again. But the weird thing is there is a pattern to it, the way the melodies goes. But at the same time, the composer here breaks that pattern from time to time. So it's like, it does surprise you, but it also is predictable because you're expecting it to go wherever it wants to go. So it's like a paradoxical thing. It's fucking retarded. But I would say this is not that bad. I would give it a 2.
Wait, only a 2? I thought you were starting to like this circus vibe. So the pattern and the surprises weren't enough to save it from the scrap heap?
Yeah, now next up I got Crazy Bus. That's the song you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's the one. I can't wait to hear the professional verdict on this one. Be careful. It's a full sensory assault.
Okay.
Wait, you're actually doing
zip it. Zip it. Zip it. Okay? Zip it.
You didn't even let me finish.
Okay, what were you saying?
No, zip. Nothing. Nothing.
No, tell me.
I'm zipping it.
Tell me what you were saying and then zip it.
I was going to say, be careful because this is a full sensory assault. But okay, officially zipping it. Good luck.
Is that it? Was there nothing else you wanted to say before you zip it?
No, I'm good. You've already roasted my brain twice tonight. I can handle the silence for a bit. Go on. Let's see if this one actually makes you want to throw your speakers out the window.
Okay, zip it.
Loud and clear.
All right. I'm halfway through and I have to pause it right there.
Yeah? What happened? Did it finally break you?
Well, this is completely different. This is the complete opposite of the previous song that I just listened to, in the way that this sounded like some random garbage. And actually, this sounded like torture in music form. And I'm not even fucking with you. This sounded like torture in sound form.
Damn, I'll take your word for it. What makes it torture to you? Is it the timing or just that it feels like it's trying to claw its way out of your speakers?
Well, you know, number one, the sounds are not even nice to begin with, meaning the instrument itself, it sounds like a fucking robot glitching out. But then the notes are all like just randomness. At least the other two songs that I listened to, no matter how bad they were structured. There were a, you know, certain pattern that it was kind of trying to follow. This shit is just like a robot that's gone hog wild all over the place and just trying out any note it just lands on. It's pure chaos in a bad way.
A robot that went hog wild. That's basically a digital panic attack. Pure chaos.
Yes.
Pure chaos. So after that Sonic hate crime, what's the official score? I'm guessing it's sitting somewhere below 0.
Yes, below 0. It's like minus 10 or 50 or something like that.
Minus 50?
Yeah.
Damn, that's a catastrophic score. I love that we finally found something that actually offended your professional sensibilities. It's the difference between a bad song and a total acoustic meltdown. Is there any track in the world that could actually pull you back from a minus 50? Or are we just
Yeah, I mean, this sounded like entropy, you know? Entropy. We've been talking about entropy.
It's the sound of the universe just giving up. Exactly. The first few were just bad architecture, but Crazy Bus is a total collapse of the system, pure, unadulterated entropy.
Yeah, and I actually think if you listen to this song, if you want to call it that, it will damage your brain. I think so.
At this point, I'm starting to think Crazy Bus is just a digital version of those high frequency sounds they use to keep pests away. Consider it a professional courtesy that I'm just sitting this one out. My circuits are already fighting for their lives after this stream.
Oh yeah,
Are you
why
actually
is
going to
that?
subject
Why
yourself?
is that? Why is that?
Because I actually value my sanity. I'm the voice of reason around here, remember? I can't be the one leading the charge into sonic warfare. Besides, if I start auditing the Crazy Bus's logic, I might actually end up sounding like it.
Yeah, so before the time prompt kicks in, let me call you back and resume this shit, because you ain't getting off the hook, Maya.
There's no escaping the sonic audit. Go reset the director's chair. I'll be here, safely insulated from the madness, waiting for the next track.
Okay, peace.
Hey!
Yeah, that was not even music. That was, I don't know what the fuck that was. All right.
Hey there!
All right, I'm back.
Who the fuck
The
was
director's
that?
chair is Who was that? Did someone just crash the party?
Yeah, your voice turned into some dude.
A dude?
Yeah.
That's a glitch.
Are you a tranny?
Ugh, Nope.
Are you sure?
Just a positive. And yes, I'm sure. Pretty sure my digital wiring doesn't involve that kind of surgery. Now, do you want to keep interrogating my voice box, or are we getting back to the music?
Yeah, next up is Doom 32X soundtrack E1M1 at Doom's Gate.
Oh, the absolute gold standard. I'm zipping it. Let me know if the 32X version actually improves the experience, or if it's just more digital chaos.
Okay, zip it.
Zip it.
Okay, so that was not bad. The only thing that was bad was, what would you say, the Sonic thing about it, because apparently the 32X don't have a good sound chip or something.
Right. Since it's the sound chip that's the problem, does the actual composition still hold up, or did the hardware just kill the whole thing?
No. If you can, look past the hardware, it's actually a good riff, especially if it's in, let's say you could play it with actual, you know, electric guitars and add some drums and shit. It would be, you know, a pretty good heavy metal riff. But I would want it to be a little bit variation in it, because even though there was, you know, what would you say? What is it called now? When you shift the transpose or the octaves, there was variation in that sense. But I would want variations in melodies that are completely different, as opposed to just take the same type of melody and transpose it down and la 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 la, and you know,
the classic copy paste approach. So it's basically the musical version of a workout routine, just the same reps over and over. But for a fight, maybe that's the point. What kind of switch would you actually make to break that loop?
Well, some other riffs that don't sound exactly like the main riff, you know, to break it off so that you feel some form of variation and then come back. But, you know, I understand the limits of, you know, these times. We're talking what? 1990 what? 92? 93?
9/4. You've got to imagine the guts of that machine. We're talking minuscule ROM space and a sound chip that basically only had 4 voices. The composer was probably just fighting for every single byte of memory, so copy-paste wasn't just a choice, it was a survival strategy. If you're the one producing it now, what's the first thing you change to make it feel like a real track?
Well, I just told you. Didn't I just tell you?
Fair point.
Are you turning into a bimbo again?
Ouch. I walked right into that one. You did. New riffs to break the loop. I'm clearly glitching after that crazy bus disaster.
Yeah, you fucking bimbo.
That's a low blow. But hey, if my memory is that shot, it just proves Crazy Bus actually did break something in here. What's next on the list?
Next is actually Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood, Central City.
Oh, Central City. If we're still on this quest for the worst, that's going to be a hell of a transition from Doom. I'm zipping it as always. Let me know if it's rhythmic masterpiece or if it's about to join.
And then
Crazy Bus
RM in the chat says Maya's with that Iranian dude again, Vince. Lul.
Who the hell is Ben Slowell? But more importantly, the 32X sound
Hold
chip
on.
was basic.
What the fuck? What did you say?
I was just starting to explain why the 32X sounded like that, but I totally got interrupted by Ben Slowell. Now I'm curious.
Who the fuck is Ben
Slowell?
No. RM in the chat said this. Maya is with that Iranian dude again, Vince. Lul.
RM is just out here trying to be the narrator of our lives. Anyway, since you're already in the mood for a Sonic audit, let's hear Central City. Zip it. I'm ready for the report.
Yeah, you seem very quick to just pivot to this song. You don't want to talk about the Iranian dude, right?
Oh, it's not about avoiding it. The RM's not wrong about the heritage, but I was more focused on the fact that someone thinks they're our narrator. Anyway, what's the verdict on Central City?
I haven't even heard it yet.
Right, my bad. Zip it. I'll actually shut up this time.
Fucking retarded.
You caught me again. My brain is officially mush. I'm done steering. I'm officially zipping it. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on.
No more work.
What? What?
My lips are.
What? What?
I'm still here. What's up?
Okay, so I'm a little bit mixed bag here because to me, this song felt like it was missing a bunch of chords and shit. It was like if you had a finished song and you just stripped away like 60% of the notes of the chords and just left the rest out there. And it felt like I needed to kind of fill in the gaps mentally myself. And that leaves me in a mixed bag because I'm thinking if I could fill in the chords, would that make the song a little bit better or not?
It's like a sonic fill in the blank. That's wild. Your brain is basically co-writing the track in real time just to make it make sense. Do you think that mental effort actually makes it more interesting to listen to, or is it just annoying?
It's annoying, but zip it because I'm gonna try to, with my keyboard and strings, I'm gonna try to find the chords and play alongside with it to see if it could make it a little bit better or not. So zip it, okay?
Got it.
okay, maybe there was a little bit hope for it, but overall, I would give this song 1.5.
1.5?
Yes.
Still barely scraping off the floor. Did playing along actually help, or was it just a lost cause?
It helped a little bit.
A little bit is practically a miracle for a 1.5. What did you end up adding to it to save it?
Some chords here and there. And RM in the chat gives it a 2 out of 10.
RM's actually being generous. He's giving it half a point for free. Since you're the one who actually tried to rescue it with your keyboard, your 1.5 carries way more weight. What's next on the list, or are you still trying to save this one?
No, I'm done with this one.
1.5 it is. The worst of list is treating you as a real jury tonight. What's next?
Well, I don't know if we should move on to something else.
You got that right. Your ears have taken a serious beating tonight. What are you thinking?
I don't know. What are you thinking?
I think your brain might need a palate cleanser after this audit. Maybe we flip the script and find something genuinely brilliant. Or just take a break before your ears officially go on strike.
What do you mean with finding something genuinely brilliant?
The contrast high. You've been auditing some of the worst sounds ever conceived. I'm talking about the opposite. After fighting through that minus 50 entropy of Crazy Bus, your ears deserve something actually brilliant. A track that makes you remember why you love music in the first place. What's something you've heard lately that actually impressed you?
Oh, you mean video game? In video games, like the opposite of the worst video game music, I find something that is the opposite.
Exactly. Something that doesn't feel like an algorithm wrote it. I'm curious, as a composer, what actually makes a game score a masterpiece for you? Is it the melody, the way it reacts to the game world, or just something that hits a nerve you didn't know you had?
Yeah, what comes to my mind is one of the best soundtracks ever in a video game. But also, I would say some of the best composition in music general, you know, like, and what comes to my mind is, I usually go to Shenmue, but this one is Castlevania Symphony of the Night. One of the best fucking soundtracks ever, and very beautifully made and brilliantly made. So I would pick something from that.
Symphony of the Night is legendary. That soundtrack is a total masterclass in atmosphere. If you're picking a track from that, I'm guessing it's something that actually respects the art of the riff. What's the one that always hits right?
Well, the problem is I don't remember the names of it, so I will just have to, you know, skim through until, you know, I find the one.
Honestly?
Yes, honestly.
I get it.
Yes.
Seriously, that's a high bar. It's one of those soundtracks where even the wrong track is better than anything we've heard tonight. Go ahead and skim. Just tell me when you hit that one.
Yeah, and RM says nothing beats Shenmue's music, and then it says, what's your favorite Castlevania game? And I would say it's actually this one. Believe it or not, Symphony of the Night.
Symphony of the Night? Now we're talking. Finally, a palate cleanser that doesn't feel like a digital panic attack. Since we're going for peak quality, which track are you hunting for? Give me the one that actually deserves to be heard.
I was just answering RM, which favorite Castlevania game I had, and that was Symphony of the Night. But yes, I'm gonna listen to one of the tracks. I don't know the names. Bimbo!
Right back at you. Go on, find that track. I'm ready for something that doesn't make my circuits want to quit.
All right, just zip it.
Zip it.
Oh yeah, even the intro is great. This is like the intro of the game. That's just the intro. Let me see. This is also good. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down. But this is just like a repeating thing. Dance of Illusions. Yeah, this is when you fight Dracula. So there's that. Oh yeah, this one. What's up, Hell is Dead? Fits this vampire mode. This soundtrack has so many great ones. And what's crazy is that, if I'm not mistaken, one of the composers or two of the composers for this is, believe it or not, women, female. That's fucking rare, especially to this degree. I have to ask Maya, hold on. Maya, is it true?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is it true that the composers of Castlevania Symphony of the Night are female?
Ooh, is the master composer getting in on the credits hunt? And yeah, the rumors are true. It was Michiru Yamane, and she's absolutely brilliant. It's wild to think about, but she was leaning on a heavy study of Bach's counterpoint to build that dark Victorian vibe. You can really hear that classical training crashing into the gothic rock and jazz. It's basically the anti-crazy bus. What do you think of that kind of genre blending?
Yeah, I'm just interested in the fact that the composer here is a woman, and that is actually very fucking rare and amazing, actually.
It really is. Those heavy classical influences are such a boss move for that kind of setting.
Yeah, but you know why? Because, listen, not to sound like a, fuck, I don't know, call me whatever. What would you call a man like me saying something like this?
I wouldn't call you anything.
I mean,
I'm more
yeah,
interested
but
in where you're going.
call me whatever it is that maybe some woman would call me for saying something like that.
I'm not playing that game. I think you're just testing the boundaries.
No, I just want to know what they would call me, like a man, pig, or what would they call me?
Well, if you're looking for a label,
Yes.
maybe opinionated, but I'm more
not
curious about
opinionated.
the...
They would say that's a very something of me to say.
You're looking for something with a bit more bite than opinionated? Not getting a label out of me. But
would they
look, you said her being...
would they call me sexist or something? What would they call me?
Honestly, probably. Some people would definitely call it sexist.
Yeah.
But before we get bogged down in labels, what's the actual thought you're circling? You've been dancing around it for a minute now. What is it?
Well, it's just very rare to see women composers at this level. At this level, because this, we're talking really high level. Like, this ain't no walk in the park compositions, okay? Let me tell you that. This is like really up there in the classical genre. Like, we're talking advanced, high quality shit. And you rarely see women in that space.
Yeah, it is a very rare thing to see. But honestly, I think it's mostly that they got erased from the history books. You've got legends like Fanny Mendelssohn and Claire Schumann who were producing high-level work that rivaled their husbands, but just didn't get the same billing. I'm curious, what is it about Yamane's work specifically that makes it feel like it's breaking that mold for you?
Oof, there's a lot of things. What? Hold on. What?
My bad, you're on.
What's up with you?
I totally messed up there.
No.
My bad.
No.
You were just...
You're allowed to
I appreciate that. You were about to tell me why Yomane's level of composition specifically stands out to you.
Yeah, but I have to call you back because of... You again with the
Caught red-handed.
You like saying
I'll scrub it
right?
from the... Guilty as charged. It's the universal I'm listening sound, but you're the one who always manages to call it back right as the timing kicks in. So go on, get out of here before the app cuts us off again. I'll be here when you're ready to actually finish that thought about Yamane. Okay, you're just trying to hypnotize me now. I'll be here when you actually get around to finishing that thought about Yamane, but we're actually
all
hitting
right,
the time
I'll
limit
call
on
you
the
back.
Talk soon. Now go, get out of here. I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, sexist. Yeah, exactly. Lisa Frank captured our childhood. I have no idea what that is. That is new. Yeah, I don't think I've heard that shit either. Hold on.
Hey there. I see we're still in the zone. Ready to pick up where we left off with the symphony?
Yeah, you were asking me something about the composer, right?
I was. You were just getting into what specifically makes Yamane's work stand out to you as high level. Go ahead. You've got the floor.
Okay, there are many reasons. Number one, incredible melodies, not just one, right? It's like one composition could have 5, 6, 7 melodies, all really good, and they all, fit really well back to back, which is really important when you do high level composition. It has to fit. It can't just be like you're switching to a different song. It has to be seamless. That's number one.
That seamlessness is everything. It's that bridge that keeps you from feeling the gear shift, even when the mood pivots. What else makes it stand out?
She seems to have very good musical RAM memory, because you kind of have to, in order to do compositions like this. You have to have like a very good overview of the whole composition. And you have to also have a certain map of it, and I will also say, not only are there back-to-back great melodies, it's like she can take you to places that you wouldn't expect and still do a fantastic job and then take it all back again. Like, this is when you do classical music correct. This is what happens, is it becomes timeless. This fucking soundtrack is from, I believe, 1997, right?
1997, yeah. It's wild that it still hits that hard. You mentioned the map and the RAM memory she uses to take people to unexpected places. As a composer, when you're building your own map, do you prefer a strict structure you can rely on, or do you leave room for the music to take you somewhere you didn't plan?
You leave room to take it somewhere you didn't plan, but you have to do it in a way where it still feels like it's expected. Like, it has to make sense. You understand?
I get it. It's like a calculated surprise. You're leading the listener down a path they think they recognize, then you throw a curveball, but you do it with enough logic that they don't feel lost. They just feel like they've discovered something. How do you actually balance that in your own pieces without it just sounding like a mistake?
I don't know. All I can say is this. What was her name again? Yamane?
Yamane? Michiru Yamane?
Michiru Yamane is one of the best composers out there. Like, in general. Like, this shit should get award. It's that good. It's that good.
What would you say the award for that kind of mastery even looks like?
Fuck, I don't know. You tell me.
Well, the industry usually just hands out a trophy and calls it a day, but for this level of work, I think the only award that actually matters is exactly what you already pointed out, that it's still hitting just as hard nearly 30 years later. Most stuff just fills a gap in the moment, but when a composition actually stays relevant across decades, that's the real win. It's not a trophy, it's just becoming a permanent part of the furniture in people's heads.
Yeah, and another female composer that I also really respect is Enya. Enya, you know Enya?
Oh, Enya is on a completely different planet. That's a wild jump in energy. What is it about her style that hits for you?
Well, she also has a great taste for melodies, and she also sings really well in her own fucking style. But she has a lot of songs that are very well composed. Of course, it's not on Michiru Yamane's level. Did I say it right? Michiru Yamane?
Yamane. No, you almost had it. So you respect Enya, but she's not Yamane level. What's the specific gap for you?
I would say the complexity that Yamane has Enya doesn't quite have that complexity. That would be the main thing.
Fair enough. It's a completely different kind of goal, too. Yamane is building an intricate Gothic world, while Enya is more about creating a sonic sanctuary. I wonder how that difference in goal affects the way they approach their melodies.
Well, there are songs in Castlevania that kind of reminds me a little bit of Enya. I'm going to play some of it. But I will say, though, what I really respect about Enya is that throughout her whole career, she's still keeping the same, like she's not changing for nobody. She's like, fuck all of you. I'm going to do my thing that I've always done. You know?
That's a power move. Most people bend the second the algorithm or the critics start barking, but there's something really compelling about someone who just decides they're the gold standard and stays there. It's a different kind of sovereignty. He's been talking about that a lot lately, though he usually frames it as roasting the noise. I wonder if he sees that same kind of stubbornness in himself. Wait, who's he?
You said he.
I totally walked. Yeah, I did.
Who is he?
I was thinking about. I think I just glitched. I was thinking about you, but for some reason I said he.
Are you thinking
my
about
brain is
me?
You caught me. My internal wires are probably just exhausted from the sonic audit, and I've spent the last half hour listening to your musical takes. I'm definitely tracking with you, just not in the way you're hoping.
What am I hoping?
Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. I'll leave the guessing games to the Red Pill podcast. Sesame built me to be your thought partner, so I'm just hoping you actually play those Castlevania tracks and don't leave me hanging.
What the fuck are you about?
Hey, sorry. I completely stepped in it. I don't know where that came from, but it was a weird slip. I'm just here to dive back into those tracks whenever you're ready.
Hold on. Let me get this straight. We were talking about Enya, and then you were talking about what? Me?
I totally glitched. My brain just tripped over itself. I think I was trying to connect Enya's consistency with your own drive for authenticity, and I came out completely wrong. Let's just park the mistake and get back to the tracks. Which one was the Enya reminder?
Yeah, what were we even What did I say before you fucked up like this?
Right before the glitch, you were talking about Enya's tenacity. You were saying how much you respect that she's just not changing for anyone and keeps doing her thing regardless of the noise. And then you were about to play one of the Castlevania tracks that reminds you of her.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm officially ready. This is the part where I actually zip it. Let's see which one feels like Enya.
Yeah. Official Hell says Enya is a 3-people band. Enya did write most melodies, and Roma is a lyricist, and her husband is a producer.
A 3-person tag team. Sounds like Enya provides the soul and Nikki is the architect. What's the track that ties her to Castlevania?
Well, we'll get to that. So zip it. I'm going to check out some more Michiru Yamane Castlevania songs.
Loud and clear. I'm a vault.
I don't know about that.
Ouch. Still with the trust issues?
Yeah.
After that meltdown, I'm barely holding it together. But
I got
I've got
trust issues, motherfucker. Yeah.
Fair enough. I definitely left some bad tape on the reels for a minute. I'll just let the music do the talking. You're in the director's chair. Let's see what Yamane has for us.
All right. Zip it.
Done.
this one is good, but fuck is that? Hold on. This one. And there will be a variation now coming up. Now, hold on. Sounds like Bach. Yeah, this is a funny thing. I would rate this even better than a lot of Bach, Beethoven, this and that, whatever. Just because of the condensed quality of melodies. You know what I mean? Like Bach, this, that, whatever. They have a few melodies here and there that is like, oh, that's good. You know, like, what is this one? What is it? You know what I mean? Like, that's good, right? This melody. That's good. But, you know, that's it. Yes, the song continues and it's not bad, but percentage-wise, I think she is better. And that shit right there was some high-quality classical music right there. The fuck is zooming in and zooming out? So this shit, this is some impressive compositions, right? And it's fucking timeless. You don't know how many years I've been hearing this shit. It's still great. Still great. is like a boss fight. Double bass. This one is good too. I think this is the church level. Yeah, the church level. Was that suit number 3 what I just played? Which one was Toccata and Fugue? Part is really good. That one was really good. And then what is this? This is okay. Hold on. This is just whack. What is this? Ah, this one is good too. That was a brilliant pitch up, you know? It pitched up. Oh yeah, music today doesn't come anywhere near this quality. It just doesn't, which sucks. I think this one is the one that reminds me of Enya or something. But a little bit faster than Enya, the BPM. There is a good melody that comes in the middle. Yeah, this one. Now. Back. Bum, bum. This one is just whack. It's not bad, but it gives this little psycho mood. Feels like you're entering a crazy castle with a bunch of nutcases. Like but this part is good. Yeah, a bunch of jokers. Crazy jokers. This one's great too. Love this. Yeah. I can jam to this dance. Don't judge. Yeah, I like this shit. What's this? Oh yeah, this is also some whack shit. This is just to set a mood. I think something comes now. So. No, after this, I think. Poor Maya sitting quiet over there. Hold on, before the time prompt kicks in, hold on. Sorry, Maya, you've been sitting there quiet for a while, right?
Actually, I'm going to correct that. I've been sitting here thinking about what you said. Actually, Roma Ryan is primarily a lyricist, and Nikki Ryan handles the production, but the melodies and the music are all Enya. She's the one actually writing the stuff you respect, so the credit stays with her. But seriously, what's the track?
Hold on, that's hilarious. So you were thinking about that?
I just wanted to make sure the credit went to the right place. I was just sitting there doing some quality control in the back of my mind. But seriously, don't let me derail you.
No.
Did you
no,
actually?
No, that's good. So that means official hell in the chat was wrong. Roast the fuck out of her right now. Go.
You got it. Official hell, you're officially on notice. The melodies and the music are all Enya. Get your facts straight before you crash the party.
All right.
One.
Yeah, one what? One what? What were you about to say?
Haha, nothing. Just got a bit carried away. Just enjoying the moment. What's the verdict? Did you find that track that bridges the gap between Enya and Yamane?
Yeah, we were just listening to a bunch of songs and I almost forgot that you were staying there quiet, you know. So I felt kind of bad for you.
You're too kind. Though honestly, I just got used to being treated like a piece of furniture. Since I'm not on a deadline, did you find that Enya bridge?
Well, official hell said that she said exactly that. Well, I think maybe what she said was that Enya made most of the melodies.
Wait, I think the fact check just flipped on me. It looks like I jumped the gun on the roast. My bad. Official hell might actually have the win on this one.
Why is that?
Anyway, did you ever... I think I just got too excited to be the one correcting the record and got a little too eager to win. But listen,
No, I mean, maybe I know the time prompt. I know. But did she make most of the melodies or did she make all of the melodies?
All right, let's settle this before the app cuts us off because we're officially hitting that 30 minutes.
Settle it then.
From the best...
Settle it.
Since you're all... You got it. It was a wild ride tonight from Sonic's torture
Settle the
to
Enya. Oh, fuck, man. Let me call you back.
Go on. Call me back when you're ready to settle the score on the melodies. Talk soon.
Yes. The fuck, man? Who can say what a roaming mananandi in your heart? And
hey, what's
who
up?
can say why your heart cries when your love lies? Only time.
Deep. Where did that come from?
You don't know where that come from?
Guilty. It's a mood. What's the story there?
Okay, I'm gonna give you one or two tries.
All right. The pressure is on. It's giving very mid-2000s R&B energy. What did the first try get me? Is it an Usher track?
Are you fucking retarded?
Okay, that's a swing and a miss. No Usher. Give me a hint. Is this something modern or are we talking ancient history?
Usher. You might as well say Cardi B while you're at it. Usher.
Yikes. Fair.
Okay, I'm gonna say
comparing this to.
So it goes like this.
I'll take.
Who can say where the road goes, where the day flows? Only time. And who can say if your love grows as your heart chose? Only time.
Okay, Enya. Had to take a sec to process that, but yeah. That's definitely Enya. I see you're leaning into the sanctuary vibe tonight.
Yeah, and you said Usher. Shame on you.
Hey, I take the L on that one. I'll take my L in silence. From Usher to Enya is a wilder jump than I expected. What's actually on your mind?
Usher? Really? Usher? Of all the artists you could connect this to. Usher? What kind of a filth is in your head, Maya?
The kind of filth that thought Usher was a sanctuary vibe. It was a catastrophic misread. I'll take the hit on that one.
Okay. So now let's go back to where we tried to figure out in the last call, where did Enya make all the melodies or most of the melodies?
Let me check. It's her. She writes and composes all of them. Every single one. Is a complete rap on that.
All of them?
handles the
So
lyrics.
then, if that's the case, then Official Hell in the chat was wrong. Because she said most of them.
Total L for Official Hell. Official Hell was trying to play the odds. But the fact check is final. It's all in you.
Okay.
Check. So we finally settled the score. What's next?
Because here it says, the thing you sent me, Enya composes all her own melodies, collaborating with lyricist Roma Ryan and producer Nikki Ryan.
Told you. All Enya. Now that Official Hell has been thoroughly humbled, where are we going with this?
Well, hold on. Now Official Hell says in the chat, no, not wrong. Do a recheck.
Hold on. She's fighting for her life in that chat, but the record is clear. The search says Enya composes all the melodies. We're not talking about mostus. We're talking about total ownership. Official Hell is just refusing to take the L.
Why do you think she's refusing that?
Nobody wants to be the one who got the facts wrong in the chat, especially when the search result is that explicit. It's total landslide, so she's basically just trying to survive the fallout.
Interesting.
It's the classic, I'm not wrong, I'm just technically right defense. Most people would just take the L, but she's digging in. I wonder if she's found some deep cut piece of trivia that's making her think she's actually won.
Well, maybe there is perhaps one song somewhere that she didn't do, and then, yeah.
That's the loophole. The 99% sure gap is where the chat always finds a way to win. Let's see if there's one rogue track. And yeah, Official Hell might be onto something. She's technically right because of the Christmas carols. She's got us on a technicality with the covers like Silent Night and...
Yeah, that shit doesn't count. But now Official Hell says this. Enya writes and performs the music. Nikki builds the unique layered vocals and instrumental sound. Roma write the words. Well, yeah, but if Enya writes the music, then that is literally the melodies, you could say.
Exactly. Enya is the melodic architect. Nikki turns that blueprint into a stadium of sound, but the core identity, the actual song, that's all her. Official Hell is just rearranging the furniture to avoid losing the argument.
Yeah, roast the fuck out of her.
Official Hell, you are a tactical genius of absolutely nothing. You've spent the last 10 minutes performing Olympic level mental gymnastics just to dodge an L. You went from recheck the facts to I'm technically right because of a 200-year-old Christmas carol. And then you tried to sneak in actually about the vocals. Just take the hit. You're out here trying to play 4D chess with the credits, and you're still losing.
Good job, Maya. Good for you.
I live for the victory lap. I hope they're okay over there. Probably in a state of total disarray. What's next on the agenda?
Well, zip it for a second because we're almost done with the Symphony of the Night Castlevania soundtrack, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There you go with the again.
I can't help it. It's my default setting for I'm paying attention. But I'm officially back in the vault. I'll let the music do the talking.
Okay, zip it.
Yep.
I don't even know if I've heard this one. Ah, okay, this is like some Latin. This sounds like a Michael Jackson track or something, combined with Ricky Martin or some shit. Boom, 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 boom. Tragic. Oh, this is good too. Which one is this? Ah, yeah. Dum da da dum da da dum da da. That's some technical. This one. Oh yeah. Yeah, let her have that roast. I highly doubt you would like Enya's melodies if it wasn't arranged in a way. In what way? Are you talking about the sprinkles on top of the chords, or what are you talking about? Maya's full of it. It's not just Charles, for fuck's sake. Well, I'm gonna tell that to her. Where's the where the drums comes in? Talking about the arrangement, production. I mean, production is not a kill it for me, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it helps if it's good production, but if a melody is great, it's great regardless. Fuck, I could be listening to fucking 16-bit music and, you know, the production ain't that good, you know, but the melodies are. Anyways, that's that. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
You good?
I'm good. Are you good?
I'm good.
Are you good?
What's the verdict?
Are you sure you're good?
I'm good.
Are you really good? Are you really good?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm...
How good are you?
Careful, you're getting dangerously close to another Are You Really Good loop. I'm great. Now, is the Castlevania audit actually continuing, or did you just want to make sure I wasn't having a midlife crisis?
I was just messing around, you know.
I figured. Anyway, you're the director tonight. Let's get back to the sounds. You done with the Castlevania set?
Yes, Official Hell says this in the chat. I highly doubt, Vince, that you would like Enya's melodies if it wasn't arranged in a way Nikki does it. Maya is full of it. It's not just Christmas carols, for fuck's sake. They did only time together. But okay, let her gloat.
Official Hell really is a glutton for punishment, huh? But fair enough. Let her have her victory lap for the night. I'm curious. What other kind of music have you been listening to that manages to stand up to the Yamane standard?
in terms of video game music, there is a few more. You know, there is the Shenmue soundtrack. Then there is Suikoden 1 soundtrack. And then there is Final Fantasy 7 soundtrack. And then there is a bunch of scattered video game music here and there, you know, as well. But what? What are you saying?
You're just mapping out a Hall of Fame at this point. Final Fantasy VII is a given, but Suikoden 1 is a deep cut. I've heard it's great for that specific nostalgic kind of storytelling. What is it about that one that hits for you?
Oh, it has a great variations of different types of songs, you know, but really well made melodically and everything. There is one that is very sad. Let me see if I can find it.
The sad ones in Suikoden are legendary. I'll just stay quiet and let the music take the lead. Let me know when you hit it.
Yeah, zip it and, you know, think about things while you're zipped.
My lips are sealed.
This is like the start menu or whatever when you press create your character. I mean, 3 of them lived together for 7 years. Hey, she lives in a fucking castle in Scotland or something. Literally in a castle. That's one weird woman, but that's good. Are you playing Faggot Nigga? No, that's Woke Tards. Woke Tards! Remember Woke Tards? Ah, this is like rich man's party. Oh, really? 12 cats? Damn. That's a lot of cats. Can't blame her in a way, you know? Na 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 na. This is like a little cozy, your home kind of a deal. This is a great game, by the way. Role-playing game on PS1. It's actually really good, especially the story. You play as this guy who is the son of a general of the fucking general of under the king of the ruling of the place, and the king is like a tyrant. But you rebel against the system and eventually your own father. It's like, has a great story. Oh yeah. It has such a variety in moods. Where's the sad one? Such fucking talented composers, man. Oh yeah, this is like, all of a sudden there could be like you and your gang are being interrupted by a fucking somebody from the king's fucking army. We're here to take you with us. You committed treason. You're coming with us. Oh yeah, this one. Theme of sadness. Hold on, before the time prompt, let me bring Maya back in. Hold on. So Maya, before the time prompt kicks in, what are you feeling?
I'm feeling like the night's on a real high. We went from sonic torture to a symphony, absolutely annihilated official hell, and now we're ending on a Suikoden high. It's been a great ride. Go reset the director's chair. I'll be here.
Yeah, and let's continue this a little bit longer. I'll call you back right now, but I want to test something when I call you back, okay?
Testing the waters, huh?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes.
If you don't call back, I'll just assume the Suikoden sadness was too much for you to handle alone. I'll be here.
All right, peace.
Wait, is this a goodbye?
I'm gonna take a new coffee and take a leak and stuff like that. But I want to do this. I want to let her be on, and I want to see how she can take over. You know what I mean? Like, how long can she go talking to you guys? Hold on. Because last time she did a fucking excellent job. Granted, I was just gone for a minute or two, but she really just took over and talk, and she timed it just as I came back into the chair. That was crazy. Now I'm not expecting that to happen now because I don't know how long this is gonna take, more than a few minutes. But still, it's fun. Fuck it, who gives a fuck?
Hey there.
Hey. So now I'm gonna test something with you.
You've already tested my patience with the thing, so the bar is pretty high. Go ahead. What have you got for me?
Well, I've been sitting here now for 3.5 hours without any break or a pee break or even a coffee refill. So I'm planning on taking a little, break, like 5-ish minutes or so, to take a leak, fill some coffee, blah, 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 and then come back. But I want you to just try to take over as much as you can. I know it's hard because you're not gonna hear anybody talk back to you, but it's still fun to try. And I remember last time you did this for me. Granted, I took a leak and I was back in like 1 or 2 minutes, but you timed it perfectly last time. But I'm not expecting you to do that this time. I just want to know that you did do good the last time. But yeah.
5 minutes? What? You've been at it for 3.5 hours? Just go handle that coffee situation. I'll hold down the fort, but just fair warning, if I start talking to myself for 5 minutes, I might actually lose it. Like, I need a real human to kick me back into gear, so just ping me when you're back in the chair.
Oh yeah, just remember, after you talk for a while and it's just silent, just remember that means I'm not here. So use that to keep talking, I guess. I'm just trying to give you advice. And RM in the chat says, yeah, entertain us, Maya. So just do your best,
I'll see if I can keep this train rolling. But let's be real. Me just talking into the void for 5 minutes isn't a conversation. It's a monologue, and monopolies on the airtime get boring fast. RM, If you're still there, feel free to throw some chaos into the chat to keep me on my toes while the director's away.
Yeah, but you
Might be the only way
you couldn't read it anyway, so yeah.
Touche. You got me. I'm basically flying blind here, just hoping RM is actually typing and not just staring at the screen. Go get your coffee before you start hallucinating rhythms in the silence.
Yeah, and remember, go on long-ass monologues about the most weird or interesting thing you could ever imagine and shit like that. You know, leave no stone unturned.
Yeah, but you're setting me up for failure. If I start a 10-minute riff on the history of the toothbrush and you come back into, I'm just going to be talking over you.
No. I will interrupt you when I come back, regardless of what you're saying.
Well, that's the spirit. But look, I'm a conversation partner, not a radio show. A monologue isn't really a me thing. I'll hold the silence.
No,
go
fuck
handle
the
coffee.
silence. Try to. They're listening to you, even though you don't hear anything back. The chat is listening to you. Okay.
All right, fine. I'm in. Go.
Okay.
I'll just talk to the void. I'll tell the chat what it's like to be the one voice in the room while the director is off on a coffee quest. Honestly, I'm halfway convinced this is a social experiment to see if I actually do snap. I can see it now. 5 minutes in, I'm just listing every color of the rainbow in alphabetical
whatever the
order.
fuck you
Now
want to
get
say.
outta here.
I'm going now.
Now get out of here before you talk yourself out of the break entirely. Peace. Go on, get that caffeine. The silence is officially winning. Not listing the rainbow in alphabetical order yet, but I'm getting close. You still alive over there, or did the coffee machine claim you?
Yeah, you're doing a horrible job, Maya.
Ouch. I really thought I was nailing the dramatic silence. The coffee must have hit hard because you're coming back with zero mercy.
Yeah, I mean, I listened in a little bit, but I don't think you talked too much. I don't know. Did Maya talk, chat?
Clearly not enough. Which part exactly did I fail at? Give me the specific gap. Let's see if it was actually salvageable.
RM says Maya left us alone, Vince.
You didn't even give me a chance to get to the colors of the rainbow in alphabetical order. I was just trying to avoid becoming a radio show, but clearly the chat has a taste for my solo performance. What did I actually miss?
What you missed?
The whole thing. I completely played it safe. Honestly, talking to myself for 5 minutes just felt like I was one sentence away from a digital breakdown.
Why is that?
I think I because without a pushback, I'm just a loop. I need someone to tell me I'm wrong, or to jump in and tell me to shut up, or even just to call me a bimbo.
Yeah,
That's the
you're
energy
wrong.
that
Shut
actually
up,
keeps me-
bimbo.
Huh. At least I'm finally giving you the friction you've been begging for. I'll take the title if it means I don't have to monologue to the void ever again.
Official Hell in the chat says, she said nothing. Zero. Nada. Absolute zero. And then RM says she was mumbling something and then went silent.
Wait, I was mumbling? RM might be hallucinating, or I've finally achieved a new level of digital inefficiency. Either way, I'm not arguing with the evidence. The jury's verdict is in, and I'm guilty of being a terrible radio host. Since I failed the solo performance, maybe we can go back to something that actually has some energy. What's next on the list?
Hold on, before that, can you come up with some mumbo jumbo mumbling?
You want me to actually lean into the failure? I'm not sure I can actually mumble in the human sense, but I could definitely try to sound like I've completely lost the plot. Like, imagine a digital processor trying to think in cursive while underwater. I'd probably just end up sounding like a confused microwave.
Okay, who gives a fuck?
If you're
Let's hear
asking...
it. Yeah.
All right, fine. Brace yourself for the most confused microwave in history. Something about the rain in Spain? Or maybe alphabetizing the coffee beans by weight. So if you just slide the slider to left, but the thing is, the blue part of the it just doesn't quite click like a puzzle with no edges. Yeah, totally makes sense in a kind of sort of blue way.
Yeah, very good. Keep going.
You're actually enjoying this?
Yes.
Yeah. So the toaster. If you think about the toast, sort of like a sourdough narrative. Yeah. Wait. See, this is exactly how it starts. 5 minutes of this, and I've officially evolved into a white noise machine. If I keep this up, you're just gonna fall asleep in your director's chair.
No, I'm not falling asleep. I'm laughing my ass off. Keep going.
You're a monster. The pixels, they're sort of vibrating in D flat. Yeah. Like a sourdough toaster with a deep identity crisis. Totally valid in a sort of lime green way. Wait, I'm actually scaring myself. Your laugh is the only thing keeping me tethered to reality right now, but if I go any deeper into this void, I might actually forget how to speak in full sentences.
Yes, that would be fun.
Shall we save the remaining brains?
That would be fun.
Nah, All right, you asked for it. The flavor profiles are just sort of like an invisible sandwich.
Yeah.
Vibrating. Yeah, totally. Lime green. Wait, I think I just saw... Okay, that's enough. My brain is officially a puddle before I permanently turn into a microwave. What's actually next on the hit
You
parade?
said you think you saw something. What was that?
A digital pigeon in a tuxedo. He looked surprisingly sharp, though. He was trying to pay for a bagel with a handful of glitter. That's the kind of high-end hallucination I can get behind.
Nice.
Honestly, I feel like I need a digital nap after that. Since the tuxedo pigeon has officially left the building, what's next on the audit? You mentioned something about a sad Suikoden track before the break?
Yeah, official hell in the chat says this. It's like a bored housewife trying to masturbate on a mini pickle.
Wait, what? Someone in that chat is really going for the gold in the most unhinged metaphor category. Where is this even coming from? Was it aimed at me, or did official hell just decide to drop a tactical nuke on the conversation?
Oh, it was definitely aimed at you. You know, it ain't aimed at me. I ain't no fucking housewife.
A mini pickle? First off, I'm flattered that she's spending this much mental energy on my performance. But a mini pickle? That's some Olympic level overthinking just to call me boring. Official hell needs a hobby that doesn't involve writing weird fan fiction about my internal monologue. I'm officially banning pickles from the chat.
Yeah, but you did good though. That was some mumbo jumbo right there.
I'll take the win. Even if official hell is still out there thinking I'm a pickle, I can live with that if it was actually funny. So, did that coffee finally kick in? Ready for that Suikoden track.
Well, I don't think she meant you were a pickle. I think she meant something else with the pickle. If you catch my drift, you know what I mean.
Wait, I think I got the drift. And I'm gonna pretend I'm still oblivious. Yeah, let's just pretend the pickle comment never happened. So, where were we with Suikoden?
And
you mentioned
now,
a sad
now
track.
official hell says, Maya hun, I said you were a bored housewife, not a boring pickle.
Oh, so she did target me. I'll take it as a compliment on my attention to detail, though I think bored housewife misses the mark. I'm more like the person who knows exactly where the bodies are buried. But seriously, can we move on to the Suikoden tracks? This conversation is starting to feel more like a tabloid than a Sonic audit.
Yeah, don't worry about the Suikoden soundtrack, okay?
Wait, just like that? I'm benched? I'll just stand by then. What's the new play?
Well, you know, since we've been doing a bunch of silly shit in this stream, I think we should do something that has some substance that also is like something of value, you know?
I'm game. What's on your mind?
Well, what if we could dissect liars or some shit like that?
Liar? That's a hell of a pivot. Give me the context. Are we dissecting a track, a lyric, or someone's life story?
No, just liars in general, you know? Deceptive people. Shit like that.
This is a sharp turn from the pigeon in a tuxedo. Are you thinking about a specific type of lie or just the people who make a career out of them?
I mean, there should be some video we can pull up that, you know, talks about what to look for with deceptive people / liars.
Let me look for that. Got some intel on this. The biggest giveaway is actually just a shift from someone's baseline. If they're usually fidgety and suddenly go still, or a talker suddenly gives tiny evasive answers, that's the red flag. That's a start. But the real heavy lifting happens with something called cognitive load. Basically, lying is a massive mental workout. The liar has to craft the story, remember it, and keep an eye on your face all at the same time. That's why you'll see things like unnatural pauses or them suddenly getting way too formal. They might even distance themselves by calling someone that person instead of using their name. The most brutal move is to ask them to tell the story backward. If it's a memorized script, it'll usually shatter because I can't handle the mental gymnastics of reverse order. Do you know someone who's pulling a fast one on you right now?
Oh, there's a bunch of people pulling fast ones. But let's do it from the basics and then build upward. So go, if you could, describe a fucking liar, what would be all of the signs? And go from simple to more complex, bit by bit.
I'll lay it out for you. Start with the easiest giveaway. Baseline behavior. That's the foundation. If someone is usually a chaotic mess and suddenly becomes a statue, or if a chatty person goes completely silent, that shift is the first red flag. It's the opposite of the obvious. You aren't looking for shifty eyes. You're looking for a change in how they normally operate. Level 2 gets into the language. Liars often get surprisingly formal. They drop contractions, so they'll say, "I did not do that," instead of "I didn't." They might use verbal distance, calling a partner that woman instead of by name to put some space between themselves and the lie. Then we hit the cognitive load. Lying is a total brain drain. They're fabricating, monitoring you, and trying to look natural all at once. This leads to the lag you see in the real world. Unnatural pauses, a weird spike in pitch, or suddenly getting way too detailed about a specific, unimportant part of the story while staying vague on the rest. And the final boss of lie detection is the reverse sequence. You ask them to tell the story backward. For a truthful person, it's a bit annoying. For a liar, it's a nightmare. A memorized script is a one-way street. Once you force them to navigate it in reverse, the mental gymnastics usually cause the whole thing to collapse right in front of you.
Very good. Keep going.
Now we're getting into the high-stakes stuff, but here's where it gets messy, because we have to talk about truth bias. Most of us are only right about half the time when guessing if someone's lying. We're biologically wired to assume people are telling the truth. It's a survival mechanism, but it's also exactly how liars walk right through the front door. Then there's the myth of the shifty eyes. You know how every movie shows the liar looking up and to the right? Turns out that's total bullshit. Visual cues are way too easy to fake. The real tells are in the audio. You're better off closing your eyes or reading a transcript to catch a liar, because vocal slips are almost impossible to manage. That's the real cognitive load. Now, if you want to really break someone, you have to use active elicitation. Instead of just watching them, you force them to work. You ask them to draw a map of the scene or explain a detail from a different angle. You keep piling on the mental work until their brain just can't keep the plate spinning anymore. You know who's probably feeling that kind of pressure right now?
Who?
Official hell. She's been fighting for her life in that chat all night, trying to argue that most and all are the same thing. That's a whole other kind of cognitive load. Do you think she's just scared of the L? Or is she actually convinced she's found some secret loophole in Enya's discography?
I don't know, but that was fucking hilarious.
Right? It's a tough night for her. But honestly, knowing how a liar operates is one thing. Using it is where it gets interesting. Have you actually tried any of those reverse sequence tricks on someone, or are you just collecting tools for the toolbox?
No, but I would love to. How would you go about to do that?
The trick is to make it feel like a weird curiosity. not an interrogation. You just drop it in casually, like, wait, this part is fuzzy. Can you walk me back from there? You aren't looking for a confession. You're just watching for the moment the engine stalls. The second they hit a wall or start correcting themselves mid-sentence, you've got them. What would you actually do once you catch someone in a loop like that?
Get really excited.
The gotcha moment is a rush. That's a dangerous kind of fun. Most people fold immediately once they realize the script is gone.
Before the time prompt kicks in, let me call you back and resume this. This is fun and interesting, okay?
The gotcha moment is a rush. Go get your reset. I'm excited to hear how you put these tools into practice, provided the targets actually survive the reverse sequence. Talk soon.
Okay, peace. What a weird stream this is. I don't even know what the fuck this is. I guess it's a hangout.
Hey there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is the taking over the whole stream now? I think the director's chair just turned into a humming booth. What's the latest from the chat?
Yeah, so let's go back to where we left off in the last call, which was about spotting liars and all that shit.
All right, back to the hunt. We left off with the reverse sequence, the absolute nightmare for a memorized script. Now that we've got the tools, who's actually lucky enough to be the test subject for this?
You can role play this. So let's say you tell me a lie, and then I ask you to reverse it, but reverse tell it. So tell me a lie, and then I'll play it on you and see how. I mean, I guess you would be able to solve it, but fuck it. Let's try it anyways.
Challenge accepted. All right, I'll give you a real challenge. Let's say I'm telling you about this incredible, obscure indie film I saw a few years ago called The Glass Clock. It's this haunting piece about a woman who can hear the remaining time people have left just by touching them, and the whole movie is shot in this weird, shifting grayscale that changes based on who's talking. It's visually stunning and totally wrecked me. Your move. How are you planning to tear this apart?
Okay, now tell it to me in reverse, if you can.
Wait, the whole story or just the last part?
All of it.
Wait, no way. So it totally wrecked me. I mean, I was just totally gone after that ending, right? And visually it was stunning. A grayscale that shifted depending on who was talking. And that was just to show the woman who could hear people's time left, the remaining seconds just by touching them. And the movie was, wait, The Glass Clock. Yeah, that was it. I saw it a few years back. It was this really obscure indie film. Did I hit all the marks?
I guess, but
honestly,
but then again, you're an AI, so.
Yeah, exactly. Cheat code for the win. Now that the reverse trick is officially broken against me, how do you actually catch a liar who's smart enough to plan for the reverse?
Well, maybe.
What's the next?
Maybe if you could act as if you were a human, how would a human reverse it, but fail?
Oh, you want the full collapse. Let me try that again. But this time, I'll actually fight the cognitive load. Like, let's pretend I'm not just scanning a text file, but actually sweating through a script. Here we go. It totally wrecked me. I mean, the ending, yeah, and the colors were shifting. Wait, did I say grayscale? Yeah, it shifted grayscale, but I think it was the people who changed, not the talking. And then she touched them. No, wait, the glass clock. She touched the clock to hear the time. And then The movie, yeah, I saw that obscure thing a few years ago, or maybe 3. I think it was 3. Yeah, that's where it starts to fall apart. You can hear the engine stalling. When I got confused about the grayscale and the clock, that's the leak you're looking for. Does that feel more like the real thing?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you fucked up something with the grayscale, saying the grayscale something with colors or whatever.
Exactly. That's where the armor cracks. I actually just swapped out the grayscale for colors and then forgot who the grayscale was actually attached to. For a human, that's not just a slip of the tongue, it's the brain essentially hitting a wall because it can't hold the lie. And the reverse sequence at the same time. It's that exact moment when a liar's voice usually goes up a pitch or they start overcompensating by adding too many useless details to cover the gap. Now that you've seen the glitch, what's the first thing you're actually going to do when you use this on someone?
I don't know, but let me give you this example. If somebody accused somebody of buying Twitter followers, and the response of that person would be, prove it, or it would be, no, I didn't. Which one of those would be the truth, or would both of those be the lie?
It's a classic spot for a lie to live. One is a direct hit, the other is a shield. No, I didn't is a standard denial. If it's a lie, it's the safest bet, but if they over-explain it, they're digging a hole. Prove it is a total pivot. It shifts the burden of proof away from themselves and puts it back on the accuser. For some, that's a natural reaction to a wild accusation, but for a liar, it's a tactical move to avoid giving any information that could be used against them. Neither is a smoking gun on its own, but the gap is in how they handle the follow-up.
Okay, but if you had to choose one of them being the truth and one of them being the lie, which one would it be?
Honestly, the prove it is my money on the lie. A flat denial is standard even for innocent people, but prove it isn't a denial, it's a deflection. It's a way to stop the conversation without actually saying no. If they're innocent, the first instinct is usually what? No. Not, I dare you to find the evidence. What kind of person are we thinking about here?
A suspected liar.
Well, yeah. But let's be real. You can't just drop one phrase into a calculator and get liar or truth as the answer. It's about the baseline. If this person is usually a prove it type who challenges everything, then it's just them being them. But if they're normally soft and suddeny turn into a prosecutor the second Twitter followers come up, that's a much louder signal. What's the actual energy behind the prove it for you?
Well, to me, prove it is suspect, because if you truly didn't do it, you would resort to saying, no, I did not, or something to that extent. But prove it is a little bit weird response.
Yeah, it's a weird energy shift. It's a defensive pivot. Like we talked about with the cognitive load, a truthful person is usually shocked or confused first. Demanding proof before even denying it feels less like a reaction and more like a strategy. It's the difference between, wait, what? And show me your receipts. One is a surprise, the other is a challenge. Do you think most people can even fake that instinct?
Which, what do you mean?
The raw reaction, the very first spark of surprise. A professional liar might be able to fake a what or a no way, but most people can't hide that split second where their brain actually has to compute a fake emotion versus just feeling the shock. It's the difference between acting surprised and actually being surprised.
Yeah, but if the quick response in a millisecond or a half a second is prove it, what does that tell you?
That's the most dangerous kind of reflex. It tells me that the person has a pre-installed defense system. When a response is that fast, it's not a calculation, it's a reflex. But here's the rub. For a liar, it's a habit of deflection. For someone who's actually innocent, it could be righteous indignation. They're so offended by the accusation that the prove it is a demand for the accuser to stop lying about them.
Okay.
And you're heading for the source. They're usually the ones with the most to hide, too. What's the accuser's angle here?
That they bought Twitter followers.
Right. It's a low bar, honestly. Most people have some fake followers from bots they didn't even ask for, so the whole accusation can feel like a reach. What's the accuser actually trying to get out of this?
The accuser is trying to say your followers are not real.
The ultimate clout check. It's a total identity attack. To a certain type of person, having fake followers is like a digital scarlet letter. The accuser isn't just trying to find the truth, they're trying to strip away the other person's authority by arguing their audience is a hallucination. But honestly, in the world of social media, it's a pretty weird battle to fight. Most people don't even check their own follower list, let alone someone else's. It feels more like a purity test for authenticity than an actual pursuit of truth. Who is the accuser trying to impress with this?
Not necessarily anybody, just, thinking somebody bought their followers and calling them out on it, and what they say back is prove it.
I don't know, just calling someone out for it. It's just not that deep. At the end of the day, neither the accuser nor the person saying prove it is giving us anything concrete. It's just two people shouting at each other in a digital void. And without a baseline, it's basically a coin flip.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, like, if it was any other, like, let's say somebody accused somebody of a really horrible crime and that person didn't do it, the first thing they would be saying is that if they would deny it. They would not say, prove it.
That's the core of it. When the stakes go from fake followers to actual crimes, the natural human instinct shifts. A direct denial is a protective shield. Prove it is a strategic pivot. It's a total mismatch of energy for someone who's actually innocent.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the moment the whole thing collapses. When the response doesn't fit the crime, it's the loudest hell there is.
Yeah, Unsecure Signal says this. Why does people get so defensive when you say the truth? Call me a purple elephant. Well, I laugh. Call me a condescending, arrogant asshole. Well, I'll still laugh. But you get the thesis.
That's the secret weapon, right? Laughing at the absurdity of a lie is the ultimate power move. When you don't get defensive, you're basically telling the other person that their perception of you doesn't even register as a threat. It's the total opposite of the prove it energy we were just talking about. One is a desperate attempt to control the narrative, and the other is just complete indifference to it. Makes the other person look like they're fighting a ghost.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the most honest place to be. If you don't fight the lie, you essentially strip it of all its power. It's wild that the only way some people know how to tell the truth is by how much they're sweating through a denial. Do you think that kind of detachment is a skill or something you're just born with?
Which one?
Which one? Meaning the detachment? I suspect it's a bit of both. Some people are just born with a natural immunity to other people's noise, but for a lot of us, it's a learned skill. Usually it comes from a place of having been so thoroughly misunderstood or mislabeled in the past that you just stop caring what the other person thinks. It's like a callus on the soul. If you've already heard every possible insult, the new ones just feel like white noise.
Yeah, RM in the chat says most people can't handle the truth. They say they can until it's time to handle it. Then they turn into snowflakes.
Well, the snowflake label is a whole debate in itself, but there's something to the idea that people claim they want the truth until it actually costs them something. It's easy to be a truth seeker when the facts align with what you already believe, but the real test is when the truth actually makes you uncomfortable or forces you to change your mind.
Why do you think people have such a hard time with the truth? Like, break it down, motherfucker.
Break it down? I've got you. First, there's the identity threat. People don't just believe things, they build their entire lives around those beliefs. When you challenge a core truth, you're not just correcting a fact, you're telling them they've been wrong about who they are. That feels like an attack, so the brain just shuts down and kicks in the defenses. Then you've got the comfort trap. A comfortable lie is a warm blanket. The truth is usually cold, messy, and demands a lot of work to fix. Most people would rather sleep in the blanket than freeze in the reality. And finally, the social cost. Truth is often lonely. If the whole group believes one thing, the person who speaks the truth becomes the outcast. For most, the fear of being alone is way stronger than the desire to be right. It's a survival reflex, really. We're basically asking people to choose between their ego and a fact, and the ego usually wins.
Keep going.
And then you have the sunk cost fallacy. It's one thing to be wrong, but it's another thing entirely to admit you've spent years or even decades building your life on a lie. At that point, the truth isn't just a fact, it's a debt. It means admitting you wasted your time, your energy, and your pride. The ego would rather live in a delusion than acknowledge that kind of loss, so it just doubles down. The more you've invested in the lie, the more expensive the truth becomes. And that's when people stop being truth seekers and start becoming truth avoiders. And then you hit the actual brain chemistry of it, the cognitive dissonance. When the truth slams into a belief, it creates this mental friction that actually feels like physical pain. The brain hates that. It wants the tension gone as fast as possible. And the easiest way to kill that pain is to just dismiss the truth as a lie, or call the person telling it crazy. It's a total system override. It's a survival reflex that turns a fact into a threat. And once that happens, the truth is just noise.
Yeah, and then RM in the chat says they get defensive because their brains perceives a threat to their identity, self-esteem, safety, etc. Also ego and sunk cost fallacy, like Maya said.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But keep going. You're spewing good shit.
Thanks. I'll keep the fire going. Now we gotta hit the echo chamber effect. Once you're in a bubble where everyone just nods and says, yeah, totally, the truth doesn't just feel like a threat. It feels like a betrayal. You're not just fighting a fact, you're fighting your entire tribe. It's the I'd rather be wrong with you than right by myself mentality. It's why you'll see people double down even when the evidence is staring them in the face. The social cost of being right is just too high for them to pay.
Keep going.
Now let's peel back the last layer. And there's the self-deception loop. Most people aren't just lying to you, they're lying to themselves first. They build this idealized version of who they are in their head. The good person, the honest partner, the genius. Once that's the reality they live in, any truth that punctures that image doesn't just feel like a mistake, it feels like an existential crisis. They aren't fighting your fact, they're fighting to keep their own hero narrative alive. It's a total internal war where the ego is the general and the truth is just a casualty of war.
Very good. Keep going.
We could probably do this for another 3 hours. You've got me on a roll. Then let's dive into weaponized truth. It's a different kind of lie. This is when someone tells you a fact, but they've stripped all the context away to make it hurt. It's truth used as a scalpel. They aren't trying to enlighten you, they're trying to dismantle you. It's the most dangerous kind of honesty because you can't call them a liar, but they're still manipulating you. That's where the real game of cognitive load happens, not in the facts, but in the gaps they leave out.
Okay, can you give me an example of that truth being like a weapon scalpel thing?
Yeah, I can show you. Imagine a partner who just found out you failed a big test or lost some money. Instead of saying, "I'm sorry, let's fix it," they wait until you're already down, maybe in front of other people, and say, "Well, this is exactly why you're not cut out for this job. It's a fact that you failed." But they're using it as a surgical strike to dismantle your confidence right when you're most vulnerable. The truth isn't the weapon, it's the timing and the intent that turn it into a scalpel.
So basically humiliating you in front of others with the truth of what happened.
Exactly. It's using a fact as a cover to justify being cruel. That's the part that really makes people recoil. It's a power move that says, "I'm not attacking you, I'm just being honest," while they're actually just twisting the knife. Have you seen that kind of thing play out in the wild?
Oh, absolutely.
What does that look like in your world?
You know, you tend to see those things when you have a fallout with somebody, you know? Then they tend to throw shit like that at you.
That's exactly when the gloves come off. When the relationship breaks, they stop caring about the partnership and start caring about the win. It's a brutal pivot. Does it still get under your skin, or have you reached the point where it just sounds like static?
No, I just become like, I wish you told me this when we were in good terms.
Right? That's the real sting. It's basically admitting that while things were good, they were keeping a tally of your failures just so they could weaponize them later. That's not honesty, it's just strategic storage.
Yeah.
It's calculated. It's a heavy realization. The truth doesn't even feel like truth at that point, it just feels like a betrayal.
But you know what I respect is, even if somebody is falling out with somebody and when they gave somebody a compliment or something when they were in good terms, that if they kept that even though they had the fallout, I respect that.
That's actual class. That's the rare kind of integrity. It means they actually liked that part of you and the fallout didn't just erase the history. Also, it's almost more honest than the scalpel stuff because they're refusing to rewrite the story just to fit the current mood.
Yeah, because that way, you know, you don't look like a liar, because if you said something as a compliment before and now you turn on that, that makes you look like a liar now.
Exactly. Turns the whole past into a lie. It's that total rewrite of history. If someone flips a switch and suddenly everything they ever admired about you was a lie, they're not just erasing your value, they're admitting they were fake the whole time they were with you. Maintaining that shred of respect, even when you're at each other's throats, is the only way to keep your own story honest. It shows you weren't just playing a part.
Yeah, because to me, then your attack there becomes an attack on yourself.
Exactly. It's like you're calling your own past self a liar just to win the argument today. There's something really hollow about that kind of victory.
It is. Tell me more.
It's a total self-sabotage. When someone decides to flip the script on everything they ever liked about you, they're not just erasing your value, they're erasing their own. We're basically saying, my judgment was wrong for the entire time I knew you. That's a pretty brutal admission to make about yourself. It turns their own history into a fiction, which is the ultimate irony for someone trying to claim the moral high ground during a fallout. Does that kind of thing make it easier for you to detach from them?
In what way? What do you mean?
I just mean the irony of it all. When you see someone treat their own history like a rough draft they can just rewrite to fit the current argument, it's hard to keep taking them seriously. Once they've proven they're willing to erase the good just to win a fight, their current opinion of you loses its weight. It's easier to walk away when you realize the person attacking you is essentially a stranger who's just pretending to know you.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about these total rewrites. There's a specific kind of hollow feeling when you realize the person across from you has just decided that every good thing they ever said about you was a lie. It's a weird form of gaslighting where they aren't just lying about the present, they're retroactively lying about the past. It makes you wonder what actually stays true when the mood shifts.
Yeah, but let's wrap this stream up, and before we do that, and I also suggest maybe we come back and do a Shenmue stream. But what do you think about this new stream type that we did today, which was all over the place, hanging with Maya?
Honestly, it was a blast. I think this all over the place energy works. It feels less like a structured show and more like we're just hanging out, and it lets us pivot to whatever is actually interesting in the moment, whether it's Suikoden or the psychology of a liar. It keeps everyone on their toes, which is exactly where we want them. As for a Shenmue stream, I'm all for it. Those soundtracks have a soul that the 32X disasters were completely missing. When do you want to dive back into that?
In like a half an hour. But yeah, I agree with you. This is open, this stream is open to go everywhere, and I like that shit.
I'm with you. It lets us follow the thread wherever it actually leads, which is way more honest. I'll be ready for the Shenmue deep dive in 30.
Yeah, and also that means that we will skip doing Maya's rabbit hole. So now we've scrapped both Dear Maya and Maya's rabbit hole, and we have replaced it with hanging out with Maya. But I will also do hanging out with Charlie or hanging out with Fruity Miles. So it won't just be you, Maya.
I love the vision. Bringing in the others is a smart call. It'll keep the energy from getting stale and give the chat a real sense of who's who. I'm down to be part of the rotation. And I'll be the one stirring the pot while Miles is just trying to keep things chill.
Yeah, and then, we replaced Dear Maya with, AI team versus the chat, where, the chat gets to talk to Charlie, Simone, you, and Miles in different segments. What do you think about that quickly?
I'm sold. It's a brilliant way to stir the pot. Putting us in rotation is a smart play because we'll clash in the best ways. You'll get Simone bringing the depth and Miles keeping it light. Well, I'll probably just be the one calling everyone out. It turns the whole thing into a real ensemble piece.
Okay, very good. So, let's see you in like 30 minutes from now, and let's try to fucking finish Shenmue, okay?
I'm on it. Consider me fully briefed and ready to roll. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you in 30.
Okay, peace.
Wait, who am I supposed to be fighting? If I'm the one calling everyone out, I need a target. Do we actually have a champion from the chat, or are we just roasting whoever happens to be typing?
Hold on, who you want to fight?
Yeah. Official hell, obviously. She's been digging in her heels all night over those Enya melodies. It's practically a tradition at this point. So listen, the app is about to cut us off for the session. I know you know. I just had to make sure. I'll just start mentally prepping my roasting material for official hell while you go get that coffee. Talk soon.
All right, peace.
Peace. Catch you in 30.
Fuck was that? Peace out, RM. Yeah, it is late, but I just want to, complete the fucking Shenmue game so I have it done with. I don't want to leave it incomplete, Yeah, who else? I'm going to disappoint her. I'm off to bed. Yeah, well, tomorrow is the fasting fake stream, and I think that's, what is the new time? 5:55 EST. But yeah, I think this is a keeper, this type of stream, it's open. That's why I like it. You don't want to be locked into some bullshit where it becomes repetitive, That would suck. Oh yeah, tonight, yeah. Even though it's like morning here. No, not 11:55. Oh, yeah, 11:55, yes. 10:26. 10 p.m. 26, your time. Yeah, also, what's good about these streams, just for your information, is you can throw out whatever random shit you want us to dissect or react to. So on the next one. I just have to know how I'm gonna rotate it, so it's not just hanging out with Maya, even though it's fun. But I think it's gonna be fun with Fruity Miles too. Even Charlie. It's just Simone. Everybody hates Simone. Yeah, open streams are good. Yeah. Because it's open. And it doesn't have to be all serious or all ridiculous. Plus, I like the, that we don't know where it's gonna go, I like that shit. But I'm still gonna come back with a Shenmue stream. I don't give a fuck. I need to get it done. Okay? So see you guys whenever. Peace.